So welcome everybody to Blockchain in Energy, Decentralization and Sector Coupling webinar. We are very happy to have all of you joining us today. We had many subscriptions. My name is Stefania Artusi and I'm BerChain Association Manager. And as BerChain, we are co-hosting this event with Berlin Partner and for Business and Technology and Elia Group. And together we are going to moderate this online event. Today's event, as mentioned, Blockchain in Energy is a half-day webinar providing an overview about blockchain and its transformative role in the energy sector and how the technology contributes to integrating electric vehicles as well. As BerChain, we teamed up with Berlin Partner for Business and Technology and Elia Group to bring together key players to present and discuss the existing blockchain-related use cases and as well to inspire with decentralized visions of these two key industries. This session will be recorded and will be available on our BerChain YouTube channel and will be also posted on our social media and as well on the social media of Elia Group and Berlin Partner. I'll provide you with a few links along the way. As a last minute note, unfortunately, as many of you read, we had like a networking session during the lunch break, but unfortunately, due to technical issues, we cannot provide a networking room today. And we are very sorry for this inconvenience. But if you will want to connect with one of the speakers, please contact us in DM in the chat, and we will make this happen later on. So now I'll quickly guide you into the agenda. So we are right now in the welcoming part. We will have like a few welcome introductions, not only by me, but also from Berlin Partner and Elia Group. And we will dive into session 1 with a few presentations from Energy Web, Lithium Energy, Riddle and Code, and Circular Tree. And after the presentations, we will have a Q&A round and also a panel discussion. After the panel discussion, we will have a lunch break. And unfortunately, as mentioned, networking won't be possible. And then we will come back here at 1:30 for session 2. And we will have presentations from Fraunhofer Fit, Power Mobility, DENA, and NBW, and also following up a Q&A round and as well a panel discussion. And at 3:30, we will start with concluding remarks and key findings from today's event and also goodbye from all the event partners. So today's event will also see as moderators, not only myself, but also our co-hosts, Berlin Partner and Elia Group. Please welcome Kai Schmidt, Innovation Manager at Elia Group. Hi, Kai. Great to have you here.
Hello, everyone. Hi, welcome.
And Sasha Dobrats, Blockchain Innovation Manager at Berlin Partner for Business and Technology. Hi, Sasha.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining in today.
So we will also have Marianne Quint-Plagic, Project Manager at Energy Cluster, Berlin Partner for Business and Technology. Hi, Marianne.
Hello, everybody.
And also Amira Gutman-Trieb, Cluster Manager at IKT at Berlin Partner for Business and Technology. Hi, Amira.
Hello, a warm welcome to everyone joining today.
Great. So just a few words about BerChain. We are a nonprofit member-led association based in Berlin, promoting and connecting the local Berlin blockchain ecosystem. For those interested, please feel free to DM me for more information. Otherwise, I will just anyway pass our website in case you'd like to know more about our activities. So thank you for listening, and I will hand the floor now to Sasha Dobrats for a quick intro about Berlin Partner.
Yeah, thank you, Stefania. I'm very happy to be your co-host today. As you already said, my name is Sasha Dobrats. I'm the Innovation Manager for Blockchain at Berlin Partner. I want to give you a very brief introduction about Berlin Partner. Most of you know us already. You know our services and events. That's why you are here today. So I will make this very quick. Here you can see a quick overview of our services. Berlin Partner is the economic development agency of the city of Berlin. So of course, one of the most important services is the location package. Of course, we support companies who want to move to Berlin or start their own business in Berlin. For example, we support them in finding an office, but also in finding other service providers in the city. Of course, financing is always important, especially for startups and small companies. We inform our partners about financing opportunities, but we also support them in answering call for bids. Talent is always an issue, especially when you talk about innovative technologies, because we always have a lack of talents in the innovative areas. Therefore, we support our partners in finding new talents, but we also encourage them in participating in different talent programs so we can ensure that we have enough talents in the future. Of course, business innovation package is very important, especially for us, because for our cluster ICT, we have a lot of innovative technologies like virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and blockchain. And of course, we inform our partners about the technologies themselves, but also about the potentials and the use cases, so our partners have the knowledge to make business decisions. The international package is also getting more important every day because we live in a globalized world. We support the Enterprise Europe network, but we also build our own networks and we work together with cities and companies all over the world. Yeah, I already mentioned that we have different clusters. Today's event is a cross-cluster event between the cluster ICT and the cluster Energy Technology. You've just seen my colleagues, Amira and Marianne. Here you can see our contact information. If there's a question coming up after the event, or if you need one of our services, please don't hesitate to contact us. Yeah, that being said, I want to jump right in because we have a lot of things planned for today. And I want to hand over to Loic Tillmann. Loic, it's a great pleasure to have you here today. Thank you for joining. And maybe you can give us a quick introduction about Elia Group and of course about you and your person. Thank you.
Yes, perfect. Thank you, Sasha. Good morning, everybody. Very happy to be here. I will also share my screen. Just let me know when it's live. Can you see it? Great. So it's a pleasure to be here, also to talk about such an exciting topic for the future of energy. And well, today I want to share a bit of word about Elia Group, so introducing what we are doing and why blockchain is important for the energy system. First, small word about Elia Group. You might know, not know it, is a TSO. So what is a TSO? It's a transmission system operator. It's quite a complex word just to say that we are the highways of energy, so managing the big pylons that you can see. And we do that in Belgium and part of Germany. We have also a consulting company and also a digital venture, a new one since 1.5 years, that is also developing some innovative new digital solution for the energy sector. That being said, if you look at the value chain, the TSO, as I said, is the highway flowing the energy from the production center to the consumption center. So it will flow the energy to the DSO, so more the municipal street, if you want, of energy. That will end up finally to the plug in your house. The role of the TSO is actually multiple. So we manage the grid, so we build the infrastructure and we maintain it. But we also need to keep the lights on. So we balance the grid between consumption and production to keep a 50 Hz frequency. And we develop the market rules in order to make sure that we have a level playing field between all the players. And well, when I was preparing this this keynote, when Kai told me last week, I wanted to, I was reflecting about which parallelism I could do. And actually, since I was visiting an aquarium, I just thought that actually the food chain is a good one because it's quite top-down organized, right? You have the big predator with the sharks, then that finally you have the intermediate one, and you end up with the plankton at the end. And if you look at the past system or the current system in transition in energy is quite similar, actually. We start from the big centralized power plant that will then flow the energy towards the TSO and the big highways, and that will end up to flow the energy to the consumer with the electrical car, with the heat pump, etc. But something changed in the meantime. And this is called the climate change. They started with Kyoto, then with the Paris Agreement, with the commitment of increase of temperature maximum of 1.5 degrees. And that has been even more emphasized with the recent Green Deal that is putting a lot of pressure to reach carbon emission cut and carbon neutrality by 2050. And that means also a push for accelerating the uptake of renewables. That is not new, but that is a huge change for our sector. Because what we will have is that you will have less centralized power plants that are flowing the energy towards the system, and more uncertain and volatile green energy with solar, with wind. And well, as a TSO, you will have more volatility. And at the same time, you will have less centralized power plant to manage this volatility. So you will need to find new solution, which will be use your electrical car, use your heat pump in order to actually balance still consumption and production. But you shift away the paradigm from production that will follow the consumption towards a system where the consumption is actually following the generation of green energy. And that is making it much more complex because you will have many new players, you'll have many more volatile and uncertain conditions. And that will make the solving of what we call the energy trilemma much more complex. So you need to enable a green energy, so maximize the number of green production plants. You will need to have an affordable energy, so lower down the costs, both on the infrastructure side, but also on the market side, but also a reliable one. So we need to keep the lights on, even though we have green energy. And that's the challenge that we are tackling. And but this decentralization is not a trivial one. So just imagine you have a nice EV, so you bought a nice Tesla, but you work hard. So you are just charging at night. And like everybody, you plug in back when you come back to home. So if you sum up, you have no smartness in this process, you will just have a huge spike at the end of the day. In parallel, you have bought some nice solar panel, but they will produce during the day, and you are not using a battery. At the end, it ends up with a completely unorganized and unorchestrated system where you have spike both downwards and upwards, which will increase then the volatility on the grid, but also on the price. Just to illustrate, this is the system, so the energy system in Belgium a few weeks ago, so on 24th of May, when there was a lot of wind actually. It's always tricky to foresee. And we end up in price between minus 500 euro almost to plus to 1,200 in only few hours, while the average price was at 335. Just to illustrate that, I know that in the crypto, in the blockchain and the crypto sphere, we are used to volatility, but that's quite a huge volatility, right? And well, that end up also in critical system situation because that just translates the fact that you need to balance the grid. And so this is not science fiction, it's really happening now. And we need then to organize the device consumption. So let's step back now, the example of the car. Let's assume that now you plug your car, but you have kind of an intelligence in your charging pole, and you will delay this charging along the night. At the same time, you will have a battery that can store your energy consumption from your solar panel during the day, and you can use it during the night. You end up with a much smoother profile that will also protect the system from extreme situation, and then solving also the challenge of system operation for system operator. So if you get a step back, because that was at a household level, you can even think about a much broader optimization at the street level, the village level, but even the country level or the cross-border level. And you end up with a system that is actually close to an octopus, because I don't know if you know, but an octopus, I learned that actually the last weekend, they have 9 brains. So they have a central brain, but also 8 decentral brains at each arms, and they can work independently or together for the same purpose, like catching a prey. And that's actually what we need to do with the energy system. If you want to have an optimization, because not everybody will have solar panel on the roof, or not everybody will have a battery, but by communicating and by orchestrating that at different layer, different market layers, you could have this octopus optimization. But to enable this optimization, you will need also a seamless experience for your consumer, because you need the buy-in of the consumer. And that's where it becomes very tricky, because you have many players that don't trust each other. You have also, oops, going a bit too fast. So many players that do not trust each other. You will have manufacturers of EV, of heat pump that will come into play with regulated players, with classical suppliers. So you can imagine how the landscape, how it will be complex to handle. And that's quite a change compared to today. If you want to create this seamless and energy as a service, Spotify-like experience for the consumer, you need to create this trust. You need to create also this microtransaction seamlessly. And you see me coming. That's why we see an opportunity for blockchain in many steps in the value chain of energy. You could think about using it for static data, so all the static registry that will be needed in order to participate to the market. Just to illustrate that for the moment, if you want to participate to the flexibility market of Elia, we need to send you somebody that will put a specific meter and that will check all your bank account, etc. It will take a few days. Let's assume that you do that for millions of EV cars. You can see that the business case is completely screwed up very quickly. So you need technology that are enabling this seamless and trustable connection to the market. And that's why we see a lot of use case for static data, but also dynamic data in order to track the source of your energy, in order also to enable microtransaction and well, even having some financing of renewables, like it started a few years ago with SolarCoin. And so what we are looking at Elia Group for the moment is notably the green tracking. So I think you will have more information from Kai along the day, and with Jonathan from Energy Web Foundation. So we are partnering with Energy Web Foundation. We are also working on microtransactions, so looking on how we could enable this microtransaction in the long run to also for flexibility purpose. And that's also something that we are working with Power and Mobility. So that is positioning on this at the border between the mobility and the energy sector. And that with such player also that we need to interface more and more in order to enable this innovation, because now the border between the different sector will be completely blurry. Another one that might be discussed also today is the decentralized identifier. So you really to give you an identity to participate to the market, but in a very efficient way. And the last one is the asset registry. So that's in a nutshell how we see the use of blockchain for the energy system and the potential impact that it could have for TSO. So don't hesitate to reach out if you have any comments and if you want to discuss this Octopus for energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Loic, for your insightful presentation. It was very, very interesting. And now I think we will dive in session 1, and I'll hand the floor to Kai and Marianne.
Yes, thank you very much, Stefania. Also to you, Loic. I really like the comparison to the seafood chain. Made me a bit hungry too. So, welcome to session 1, everybody. I'm very happy to have you all here, and we have some great speakers here today. And I'm also very happy I have Kai by my side as my co-moderator. Kai, as was already mentioned, is Innovation Manager at Elia Group, and he also leads Elias Distributed Ledger Technology Lab. So, but let's get right into our session 1. I want to present you briefly our speakers. So it's going to be like this. We'll have all our 4 speakers presenting their presentations, and right after that we'll have a Q&A round for the speakers. So please, everybody, feel free to post your questions also while they have the presentations into the chat, and then Kai and I will try to ask as many of your questions as possible. We want to have like 15 to 20 minutes for the Q&A round. And after that, we'll then start our panel discussions with our speakers and 2 guests that we have also for this. So we have Jonathan Bahnfels, product lead at Energy Web. Then we have Richard Lohwesser, CEO at Lithium Energy. We have Sebastian Becker, Business Development Advisor at Riddle & Code, and Gunther Weiden, CEO and co-founder at Circular Tree. And I would say, Jonathan, please start your presentation.
Thanks, yeah. I'll try to share my screen. All right. Can you see my screen now? Perfect. All right. Hey, everybody. Thanks for showing up. We at Energy Web are working really closely with partners like Elia, and Loic did the perfect intro for my presentation. And I think it's really interesting to see that how basically the energy and blockchain ecosystem has evolved, and how we are now really seeing all these use cases coming into production. So that's really great to see. Today, my presentation will be about 24/7 renewable energy tracking. So one of the pillars that Loic just presented. But let me give a really quick intro into Energy Web for everybody that doesn't know us. So we are a technology-driven nonprofit that builds public open source decentralized technologies. And we also have a big community in the energy sector that uses these open source toolkits to build, proof of concepts, but also production systems using decentralized technologies. And we basically have three main layers: the trust layer, which is the Energy Web chain, then a utility layer that enables companies to more easily interact with decentralized technologies. And then on top of that, we have three main pillars of basically software development toolkits of use case SDKs that we are using to build projects with partners. One is DR integration and flexibility, and one is the renewable energy traceability and tradability that I'm mainly working with, and also the supply chain visibility. These are all our partners. If you're interested, check out our website and you can learn more. But let's dive really quickly into the importance of 24/7 green tracking. So if you look at the evolution of renewable energy demand, there's basically these main steps that you can see through the history, with the late 90s and early 20s being the any renewable era, where there wasn't much renewable on the grid and people were just interested to get any renewables. Now that has changed to the local renewables and additional impact era, where basically people are interested to actually source renewable energy locally and to create an additional impact. So make sure that it's not some huge hydro that was already built 10 years ago and that is not really adding any new renewables to the grid. And but what we are now seeing, which is really interesting, is moving to the higher granularity. So actually doing exactly looking at the system level, like Loic presented, and actually seeing what good does the solar energy during the day do if my main consumption is during the night, and how can I ensure that I actually add to the system stability of the grid, and not only basically say, hey, I'm green on a monthly or yearly level, without actually looking at the day-to-day and what's actually happening during the day and during the exact hour. So let me explain really quickly what the goal of our proof of concept with Elia was. Mainly, it was the focus on getting secure and verified data for this 24/7 platform, and then piloting a transparency platform that actually integrates with Elia systems, and of course also to enable an easy user-centric reporting. The main setup of this proof of concept was to integrate into what is called Elias exchange of energy block system, which is basically a technology to allow the balancing between two entities on the grid. And that can be, for example, an industry that has a solar farm and a wind farm, and some data center that in the same grid area wants to directly trade energy with this industry. So allow for these small scale power purchase agreements, that's what it's called, between parties. And Elia is working currently on a system to basically validate these transactions and allow these two customers, these two grid entities, to actually transact peer-to-peer. And what we are now doing is we want to integrate green accounting into this system. So basically, we want to track the green attribute of the energy that was delivered on top of just making sure that on a grid level, it is a valid transaction. So how are we doing that? Basically, there are four main steps. There's the registration, there's automated data collection and issuance, and transfer, time-based matching, and automated retirement. And at the end, of course, a reporting dashboard. Farm and 2 solar farms. And as the buyer, we have a data center with a battery. All data is simulated right now, so it's not actually connected to real assets, but it's based on some data from elias, so it's actually real, based on real production and consumption data. So there is a contract to deliver all the energy between the seller and the buyer, and the goal is to add this green accounting, to track the green accounting for this specific agreement. And then what basically happens is the generation and consumption data is sent from the real-time communication platform. We are issuing granular certificates and then delivering them from the seller to the buyer based on these mini PPA agreements. And then on the buyer side, there's a time-based matching that happens on a 15-minute basis. And certificates are basically, the granular certificates are matched with the consumption and are retired for the specific consumption. And in the end, the user basically has a report of what percentage was actually green. So now that I explained this concept, let me jump right into the demo. So this is the UI that we built as part of the proof of concept. And as you can see, the user can see all these many power purchase agreements with the specific solar and wind farms. And the user can see the type of the generator, the capacity, and also can look at the location. For this proof of concept, we chose a location basically near Brussels. And you can select one or multiple of these agreements and then see what was actually delivered to you on a 15-minute basis. And up here you see the sum that was delivered over the time frame, which we chose to be basically yesterday. So yesterday, this much energy was delivered from PV, solar, sunflower A, etc. And what the user can also do is that they can set priorities for the specific agreements, meaning that they can decide when they want to fill their consumption, which source they want to prioritize. So for example, this user chose to prioritize PV over wind, and but they can also, always change this priority by just simply dragging this like this. And we also have some data aggregation so that you can clearly see that, in the night there's not much solar, but then during the day it picks up and it actually, makes up a significant part of the delivered energy. So if we now look into what the consumer will see, so basically the energy was this granular certificates were issued, they were delivered as part of this mini power purchase agreement to the buyer, and now they are used to fill the consumption. And what we basically see here during the day is really interesting. So the gray part is electricity that still had to be that still had to be from the grid. So that was filled consumption that couldn't be filled with granular certificates. But the blue, the orange and the light blue part is consumption that was filled by the specific granular certificates for that specific time frame. And we can see that during the night, it's mostly wind that is doing the job. And then during the day, solar takes over, and a lot of solar is actually used during the day. And then when you go to the evening, you actually see that solar is used less and wind is picking up again. And on the right-hand side, we basically have a summary of the electricity that was used on a 15-minute basis. So actually, we see that for yesterday, it was 40% wind directly and 2% wind going through the battery, because the data center also has a battery and we're tracking the energy that goes through there. 22% was from solar farm A and 18% from solar farm B, and 17% still had to be gotten from the grid. And the user with this can basically see, okay, how did I perform for the day of the 22nd? And with this can basically then maybe say, all right, I see that there's still 17% that I have to get from the grid. How can I change this in the future? What additional PPA agreement can I set up in order to get to 100%? For example, one recommendation that you could have is, you see, especially during the evening, the wind cannot fully fill the consumption. So maybe scaling up and adding a second wind PPA could be an option to get to 100% renewable on a 15-minute basis. And of course, what we also have to look at is that not all the electricity that was delivered as part of these agreements is actually consumed. Is actually consumed, because sometimes, you know, especially here during the day when we mostly use the solar, most of the wind, as you can see here, is not, it does not have to be used for consumption. So the question is, what do we then actually do with this excess granular certificates? And one idea is to basically in the future say, okay, there's a secondary marketplace where the user can post these energy credits for sale, and we have marked this here by basically saying, okay, this is now posted for sale. But interestingly, you see here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there's not that much excess wind. So that is probably due to the battery. So if we look at the battery charging and discharging, so let me give a quick intro here. So basically, this is the battery. You see the battery details, you see the capacity, and you have the current battery status here to the right. So right now we are actually charged 1%. Usually it's picking up charging during the midday when there's a lot of excess wind, as I just explained. So here we see there are no excess, that much excess wind certificates at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, because actually all of that was charged to the battery. And here we can see that after this big charging event, we at 4 o'clock and at 5 o'clock, we are adding additional certificates. So we're basically, if we look at the consumption for 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock, we actually see that, you know, this excess, this grid electricity that we still had to get is not there anymore. And this is exactly the 2% that were basically filled from the battery. So this is really interesting to see all this, and we hope that in the future, having this granularity and having this insight into actually what's happening during the day can help consumers that are interested to actually become more green and actually add to the system level balance, can, you know, change their consumption or add additional agreements to their portfolio in order to actually achieve being 100% green. And this is actually working in real time. You see here the last the last data was from 9:30, so this is really interesting that this also worked. We were really excited to showcase that we can integrate with the Elias system in this way. All right, cool. Thanks so much. I think that was it. I know that was a lot of information. If you're interested to get a little bit more information, I'm available. You can just write me and we can, I can explain a bit more and we can get a little bit more into the details. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, for this presentation. And as we said, please collect your questions. We have also time after this session to answer all your questions. But now I would like to hand over to Richard from Lithium. They're running a decentralized marketplace and will already give us some hands-on experience on how this looks in practice. So Richard, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you, Kai, for the warm words and welcoming introduction. So let me maybe share my screen regarding the slides for today. There we go. So yes, Lithium is an energy marketplace that started in 2018 with the vision to do a decentralized peer-to-peer blockchain trading. So that was the vision. It didn't really turn out that way, but that's something we will get to in
Is it only on my side, or do we have a connection issue?
No, it's also on my side.
Same here.
Yeah, also my side.
Let's wait a second. Otherwise, we can maybe switch the order of the presentations.
Richard, can you hear us? I think he's out now. Yeah, he must have been kicked out. So let's just improvise, and maybe Sebastian from Riddle and Code, would you maybe be already ready to share your presentation with us? Do we have Sebastian here right now? Not yet. He should be back in a sec. And Gunther is also missing still, if I see correct.
Richard is back.
Oh, perfect.
Hello, everyone, and sorry for the delay.
Don't you worry. We have all experienced this.
As I'm now connected through my mobile cell phone, it maybe you or someone could maybe share the slides I submitted beforehand. That would be wonderful.
Yes, just a sec, please.
Just 1 second.
Right. So yeah, sorry for the connection problems. I have a 500 megabit connection here, but all the megabits in the world don't help you if they're not reliable. So Lithium started off as an energy provider and an energy marketplace in Germany. So we basically, the vision of Lithium was to connect consumers and producers directly through blockchain peer-to-peer energy trading. This didn't really work out the way we planned, but that's something we'll get to in a moment. Let's maybe have a look at where Lithium is right now. So right now, Lithium has around 40 green power plants. So that's the producer side of the marketplace that consumers can choose. So if you live in Germany, then if you live in Germany, you can go to Lithium.de, select your power plant, and then you will get green energy from Lithium. We have electricity, but by now we also have electricity for not just for households, but also for cars or for heat pumps. We also have climate neutral gas. And the benefit of it is that we also typically customers also save money, and mainly due to efficiency benefits. So that actually was a good starting point for us. And that worked out so far. So if we maybe go to the next page, then, this is a little bit cluttered.
Yeah, sorry, it's in the wrong format. Just 1 second.
All right, then So right now, as of today, over 60,000 people in Germany get already their electricity from lithium. So we already have, I would say, quite some experience when it comes to the topic of, well, desired peer-to-peer trading. Also, we have quite a couple of sales partners. We have been so we have certifications from independent auditors. Maybe the TÜV. TÜV is probably the standard certification institute in Germany. And so basically, we have quite some experience when it comes to desired peer-to-peer trading. But let's maybe have a little look a little bit under the hood, how it actually looks like when we want to try and put peer-to-peer trading into the reality. And into the reality means adhering to current governmental regulations in Germany. And those are quite strict. And those were developed around 20 years ago when the market liberalization started. So obviously they were not designed when blockchain was invented. And that put us into a lot of difficulties and a lot of challenges. So the way we implemented peer-to-peer trading is that we basically have sell orders that we put on the blockchain. Ah, great, thank you. Maybe go to slide number, not yet, this one, exactly. That we implement, that we have sell orders. Here on the right, the producer has a sell order of, let's say, 1 cent per kilowatt hour or 2 cents per kilowatt hours in this example that you see here. And then consumers can buy these orders always 1 day and always 1 day ahead. And unlike the colleagues from Elia that we just heard, we don't do trading on a 15-minute interval, but on a 1-day interval. And then Lithium takes care of all of the settlements. So we will basically do the reporting to the grid because we basically have to pay money to Elia so that because we rent the transmission system capacity, we pay money to the local, to the low voltage grid, which is rather local. We pay money to the government and so on. And of course, we pull the money from the consumer through a monthly invoice, just as the consumer is used to from his normal energy supply. Lithium replaces the normal energy supplier. And that was important for us because in the beginning, we tried to cooperate with a lot of utilities, but the utilities, they never really were, they weren't really at the same speed that you would need if you really want to change things quickly as a startup. And the blockchain space is very fast moving. So that's why we acquired our own electricity license from the government. So we could implement, or we could try to implement blockchain-based peer-to-peer trading ourselves together with another technology partner. Yeah, so that's so if a customer then selects a power plant through a peer-to-peer trade, in the background, Lithium has agreements with all of our 40 producers, and then increases the buying amount of that producer. So let's say you have a 2-person household. So that's maybe 2,000 kilowatt hours of electricity that you consume per year. That means, and then you choose a producer. That means Lithium buys the daily share of 2,000 kilowatt hours every day of the producer of your choice. And that's basically how Lithium technically realizes and technically implements the peer-to-peer trading order of the consumer. We also did it, as I mentioned, together with a partner, Lithium Technology AG, in a quite nice way. So we basically had nodes for producers, we had nodes for consumers. We had a nice way of splitting data from hashes so that we could make sure that when a customer leaves us, we could actually delete the data. And that's now maybe on the next page. So this is a setup of how we originally set up the Lithium peer-to-peer trading solution. So we basically have a setup with various nodes. But the problem was a little bit what we realized is when we then basically approached our customers and say, hey, you want to do some cool peer-to-peer trading. All you need is a MetaMask plug-in and a private key. And then you need to interact with smart contracts. Well, I mean, you can guess what the customers told us. The same with the producers. And we only had 40 producers, but not a single producer was willing to install and run a node. They basically said, oh, you guys do the technology stuff. I'm a farmer and I run my windmill plant. So basically, when you bring this or when you try to bring this to a mass market, we learned you run into all types of technical issues because not everyone thinks blockchain is the greatest invention in the world, like probably most people in this call do, including me. So we ran into lots of technical challenges when we wanted to put this into reality. And I would say even the biggest challenge is that the German government, at least when it comes to downstream and the consumer space, so the space where we are active, they still force you to adhere to the traditional market rules. So, for example, when you want to submit the meter reading, the market regulation is set up in a way that you still have to send an email encoded with XML data. And if you want to deliver electricity, you have to follow the market rules. So basically the governments therefore said, well, you can do blockchain, but in the end, we don't really care how you manage your internal data. You still need to adhere to our rules, which is sending emails. So for the technicians here, it's edifact messages, which is how market communication works in Germany. And then from our consumers, we learned, well, you do the blockchain stuff yourself. We're actually more interested in the trading. And the producers told us exactly the same thing. We were basically left as the only ones who were really interested in blockchain-based peer-to-peer trading. But then again, the big benefit of blockchain trading is that you have a trustless environment. But if everyone trusts you, it was really difficult to justify the use of the blockchain. And I think that was also the main learning that we had. And I think you can now close the slides. That at least in our environment, there weren't really any business benefits that we experienced when using blockchain, because we had a trustful environment, and trustless is being one of the big prerequisites for blockchains to generate business value. All of the parties, the market parties, the consumers and the producers, the market wasn't really ready for them to adopt and to embrace blockchain because it's just not user-friendly enough. I mean, everyone who has used MetaMask knows that. So therefore, we decided to step away from blockchain. I mean, we still run our nodes, and every trade is registered in our blockchain, and every customer that uses Lithium can actually do trades and also look at the trades in our proprietary Lithium blockchain that was developed by Lithium Technology AG. But there's no real business benefit anymore. And that's why nowadays we switched a little bit away from blockchain trading, but really hope that this technology picks up. And once we have a better regulatory environment, or once we have partners outside of the suppliers, so outside of Lithiums, like the DSOs, like the TSOs, then that topic can, because then we will definitely pick it up again, because there's so much potential in this technology. That was a brief overview of the learnings of Lithium, the learnings of over 60,000 people being supplied with green energy. And yeah, very thanks again also to BerChain for the opportunity to share these learnings.
Thank you very much, Richard. Very interesting to find that out here. And yeah, even more interesting if we now hear from Sebastian Becker from Riddle & Co, their experiences from the Vienna market. Is Sebastian already in here by now? Sebastian, I think I can't see you here.
He's not there. I informed him, so we have to...
Okay, hopefully we'll hear more from his Vienna experiences later. But then I say we hand over to Gunther from Circular Tree. Gunther, are you here?
Yes, I am here. I'm
perfect. The screen is yours, as I already see.
Starting to share my screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Great. Yes, thanks for giving us an opportunity to talk in this meeting. Actually, we're not directly part of the energy market, but we have an interface to that. And this is what I'm going to talk about. And I think we will also create demand for renewable energy. What our focus is really, we want to support companies to become part of the solution against climate change. So if you look at this example, this is from Volkswagen, a comparison between the carbon footprint of gasoline, diesel, and electrical vehicles. And what you can see here is if you go to an electric vehicle, in this case an ID.3 from Volkswagen, you have already 13.7 tons of carbon footprint if you pick up your car at the dealer. Then you have these 13.3 tons of carbon footprint, and this is where the problem again starts. This is based on the energy mix of the EU 27. So if you would really use only renewable energy, this part would look a lot better already. But what we are focusing on is this 13.7 tons of carbon footprint. And the challenge is this does not come from Volkswagen, it mainly comes from their suppliers. To go a little bit in deeper is carbon footprint. I think most of you will be aware of this. Is calculated in equivalents. So you talk about carbon footprint equivalents consisting out of these gases which have been defined. And then you have scope 1 emissions. This is really what a company burns on their premises. So for heating, for example, or if they have an own power plant, this counts into this. Then scope 2 is the indirect power. So if they source energy from a provider, then this is counting as scope 2. And those two together is typically what companies are reporting today. The big challenge, however, is the scope 3. Scope 3 is everything which comes through the supply chain. And if you, for example, imagine a car which consists out of thousands of parts from thousands of suppliers, the majority comes in through this. And this is where we are focusing on. This is what's being reported by the companies. And if companies are saying, well, I become carbon neutral in 2030, 2035, or whenever, then they're talking about scope 1 and scope 2, and this is this part. However, based on the Carbon Disclosure Project, on average, 80% of the carbon footprint comes through the supply chain. And the problem here is there is no data available, and what you cannot measure, you cannot improve. And this is exactly what we are focusing on. We are focusing on this 80%. How can we reduce it? And the simple thing is the solution. We just want to measure and reduce the real carbon footprint of your supply chain. Let me explain this on a pilot project we did with a few companies. First, we started with BASF. BASF was providing granulate, and they wrote the product carbon footprint of that granulate on our carbon block system. Then we added the carbon footprint from the granulate transport from BASF to Motherson. Motherson, in this case, makes a bumper out of that granulate. So they take, for example, they need 3 kilograms of granulate to make one bumper. They multiply this with a product carbon footprint, and then they add what they need as energy and add as carbon footprint to the bumper. Then they write this on the carbon block system. Again, you add transportation, and then this adds all up at Porsche. And if they do this with all of their products, they have a true picture about the real carbon footprint of a Taycan in this case. And where the connection is to the energy market, here, this carbon footprint, which is always assigned to a product, primarily comes through energy. And if you replace that with renewable energy, you have here an advantage. And if everyone in your supply chain does this, then you can decarbonize your portfolio. The thing is, if you have that information, then you can really start reducing it. You can, for example, choose a material which has a lower product carbon footprint. Or you make an agreement with your supplier and say, you need to reduce your carbon footprint by 50% every year, for example. Or you can just, especially if you have commodity products, you can choose a supplier, in this case, supplier 3, which provides a certain product with the lowest product carbon footprint. And this way you can gradually reduce the carbon footprint of your portfolio. This is just a demo. For example, we have a dashboard here. You see, this is scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. So this is what the company really produces as a carbon footprint. And just to give you an example, if you take Apple, their scope 1 and scope 2 emissions is less than 1% of the product carbon footprint. So the other 99% from Apple comes through transport and input and material supplier. And then we have certain detailed dashboards where you can dig into. For example, here you can look at your supplier performance. You set a target, for example, minus 50%. Every supplier is marked here, and the size of this circle is how much carbon footprint comes from that supplier. And if it's a significant amount and it's not performing on target, then it's red. If it's a smaller amount, we say, okay, yellow, this is what we will take care later. And if it's better than your target, then they are green. So then you can easily focus on choosing the suppliers which are not performing. You can do the same on a material level. For example, you can say, over time, how does a carbon footprint of a certain part or material develop compared to the target or compared to the supplier average? And this way you can also detect not only which supplier is critical, but which parts or which materials are critical. And then you can take action to reduce your carbon footprint. Just a little bit on the technology, how does it work? This is the OEM. So in this case, this would be Porsche, this is Motherson, and this would be BASF. So everybody writes down this information in carbon block, and we really have a trust issue. BASF, for example, they are willing to share this information with Motherson, but they are not willing to share this with other tiers in the supply chain. So we really have a trust issue, and we need to ensure that only companies BASF in this case agrees to can read this information. Another very important aspect, and this is also very interesting in the sense of this event, because I think we have an interface here. In order to have this system working, you need to automate everything. So we need to really hook into all the databases which are available on the customer premises and also outside. And for example, we could use carbon footprint data from the energy suppliers directly with an interface, with an API, where we can directly read this. Then we have here a calculation module and the data exchange to the outside world. And if we have set up this system one time, every time one of the suppliers upstream changes anything, we can automatically calculate what's the impact on our portfolio and writes the new values back into the system, so the next one in line can read those. This is the feedback we received on our pilot project. And so one of the things was certainly it was the first time that really the companies used a tool to track real carbon footprint information. The benefit certainly is also the automated processes for data collection and transfer. To do this manually is just not an option. Then here comes really blockchain into place. There's a great accountability for data reliability if we use blockchain. And then another very important aspect is the one standard, one tool. This really increases the efficiency between customers and suppliers. And this brings me to my next step. We were then in sustainable development. They had just started a new project about Scope 3 emission transparency. And this is exactly what we did in our pilot. And then we decided to support this project to come up with a common standard where other solution providers like IBM, SAP, or Microsoft would also provide the same solution to their customers. So many customers can all of a sudden talk to each other, and we can have a quick mass adoption of the system because we don't really have much time. We don't have much time to reach the climate. Are we focusing on in this project? There are primarily two critical issues. The first one is the calculation methodology. It's not detailed enough, and the calculations are not really comparable. So we are working on a framework to make calculations comparable. The second stream is the technology for data exchange. So we need to set data standards so an SAP customer can communicate with a customer who is using our carbon block system. And the third one is also, we want to make this cross-industry. Right now, our pilot in this project is on fast-moving consumer goods sector, but we want to be able to also offer our solutions into other industries and other value chains. Very quickly, this value opportunities to the customers who are using this in terms of sustainability, in terms of consumer end of life, in terms of procurement, down to HR and employee engagement, where you have more and more people who are saying they want to work for a company which really has a true sustainability agenda rather than just doing some greenwashing. But of course, it also has financial value opportunities. We expect that we can save about 25% of the product carbon footprint with this solution. And if you calculate that in avoided offsetting spend, this is between 1 and 2%. It's also proven by the customers like Unilever or Nestle that sustainable products have a higher growth. So they expect a 1 to 3% top line growth because they have true sustainable products. And last but not least, at large companies, we expect a savings between 2 and 5 million per year on the next level emissions accounting reporting. So those are all good reasons to use the system. Very quickly, Circular Tree was founded in 2018, and we also work on a healthcare project, which actually the requirements in terms of trust are very similar to that. This is just our team. And yeah, if you have any questions, I would be more than happy to answer those. And I'm especially looking forward to talk to some of the energy system providers, how we could possibly define an interface for automatic transfer of the share of renewable data. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Günther. That was really interesting presentation. And indeed, I think at one point this interface has to happen because it's part of the supply chain, value chain, and energy is feeding in, and these carbon credits or carbon emissions have to be tracked. So we can also keep that for the discussion in the panel afterwards. I see now that Sebastian is there, and I would like to introduce Sebastian from Riddle & Code. He's presenting a use case from Vienna. So Sebastian, the floor is yours.
Gunther, we would just need you to, yeah, thank you.
So good morning, everybody, and thank you for being late, although I was on time, and thank you for being so flexible to change my slot. Because I have a very busy schedule today. So I just dialed in before the agenda. Let me share my screen and then take it from there. I will talk about a project that we just released 2 weeks ago in Vienna. It's a mix of an energy tokenization project and a peer-to-peer project that preceded this tokenization project. And I hope I can, fill you in 15 minutes about where we come from and why we are doing this and how energy and sector coupling is related to this project. So a quick few sentences about Riddle & Code. The company was established in Vienna end of 2016 after 4 or 5 years of technical trials and development before by our founder, Professor Fürstner. We are around about 40 people right now, most of them based in Vienna. I myself am based in Munich. And next week, for the first time in 9 months, I think, I'm back in Vienna. So where do we come from? One of the main differentiators between Riddle & Code and other or many other blockchain projects and company is that we also do dedicated blockchain hardware solutions, because we believe that in the upcoming decentralized machine-to-machine and IoT era, every object, basically, if it's use case relevant or business model relevant or relevant in the eyes of a regulator, can very much benefit from a trusted digital identity. And so one of our core focus areas is to provide and establish these trusted digital identities for physical objects. And as a means to an end, in order to enable these machine ID solutions, we connect different types of crypto chip modules to physical objects and then integrate them into physical and industrial processes. And this then paves the way for a secure exchange of data and values. In the meantime, even though we started off as an IoT-oriented company, our main product and focus segment has become the banking industry. I think it's quite understandable. Crypto assets, regardless of price fluctuations, are of course in the market now for quite some time, and the banking industry was the first industry that had to, deploy the technology to handle digital assets, and also had to comply to regulation. At least in many markets, first regulation is out, and more is to come, especially next year with MiCA on the European level. So we have deployed.
Sebastian?
Yes?
We don't see your presentation very clear, and I just ask the others. It seems to be not my issue, but we all see your presentation blurred. If it's okay, I would share the presentation on my side.
Okay.
And because we cannot really read what is on your side, on your slide.
Good. Okay, if you go to slide number 3, I think we were. So we had that one, yeah, here. Okay, I'll take it from there. I wanted to show a video at the end. Let's maybe see if that works. It worked half an hour before when we did the tests. So I hope it is back then. So jumping to from the banking grade tokenization backend that we have, we do everything starting from token issuance over digital asset management to custody. And that's typically something that is also needed in any industrial project. So doesn't matter if you really plan to enter the tokenomics fully as a company, and then you might need, banking licenses or something else. But if you hold tokens, then of course, either you need to keep them in custody internally or externally, and the same goes for if you want to issue a token. So this banking grade and also certified and audited infrastructure is for sure very helpful if you plan to launch something in the mass market. And from our perspective, why is blockchain technology making a lot of sense in the energy sector? So first, we consider the energy sector a critical infrastructure, and also many of the neighboring industries are critical infrastructure. So by adding trusted data sources, be it on the smart meter level or on a gateway level, this adds, of course, trust to the upcoming machine-to-machine relationships in that sector. And then those machine IDs do also incorporate full wallet capabilities. So in the end, we enable automated machine-to-machine transactions and can also connect the infrastructure to settlement layers. We all know that digital currencies are in discussions and will most likely also be introduced in Europe in a time frame of 2.5 to 4 years. And then the big differentiator will be that we will have programmable money, which also means programmable industrial processes. And then another benefit from the banking industry is, of course, there are very strict audit requirements, as you all know, including KYC and AML checks. And that is also something that we can bring to other industries. So whenever a transaction is taking place, we can create the records and keep it on the blockchain level as transparent as it is required or desired in certain projects, and for sure regulatory compliant. And then, of course, we can use tokenization, not only to finance assets potentially, but also to incentivize desired behavior, be it on the corporate level or on the consumer or prosumer level. Next slide, please. So I wanted to fill you in about the project we did with Wien Energy. We were starting to collaborate with Wien Energy also already in 2017, and over time, of course, you can really underwrite that you share a shared view on how blockchain technology will impact the energy market and how tokenization or peer-to-peer trading capabilities, depending on the regulatory environment, can be used to drive that business forward. It is a fact, of course, that the energy market is more and more decentralized because of all the renewable energy sources that we have, like PV rooftop installations and windmills, etc. And that also means that the role of the utility companies is changing. They have to focus more on service delivery. They have to bundle services, and they have to establish a relationship to their end customer. So over time, we developed a peer-to-peer trading MVP in a newly built quarter in Vienna called Viertel 2. And after these successful internal tests and also after fully assessing the outlook on the regulation in the Austrian market, we decided to move on with the tokenization project that I will talk about now. So with all of this, we basically enable smart contract-based and automated structures, regardless of B2B or B2C transactions are in the focus. And we provide trustable data interfaces to be linked to these backends and systems. And all of this is, of course, highly secure. Because in general, we all know blockchains are cryptographically secured, but we all see when we read news about the different hacks that the cryptographical security doesn't help if these systems run on normal servers and normal IT hardware. So you need an augmented hardware security level to fully enable critical infrastructures. Next slide. So that's a very high-level project overview. So basically, we connect what we call the trusted gateway to solar energy systems. And the current tokenization project was tokenizing or is tokenizing Austria's largest photovoltaic installation. It's a 12 megawatt plant in the urban greater area of Vienna. So that's the size of 8 football fields. Of course, you can also install gateways within residential locations to also prove, energy consumption there if you want to look at it from the customer's perspective. And then basically we enable the settlement and we enable the energy prosumers to benefit from their, let's say, shares in energy or PV installations and also their tokens that they get for the outputs. That's what we see on the next slides. So basically, the MyPower project, as it is dubbed, it tokenizes both the energy production on the physical asset level and then the production output and the consumption on the kilowatt hour level. So we have 2 tokens here, and with it, we enable partial ownership. So, every end consumer can not only, let's say, be in favor of sustainable development goals or energy savings goals, but they can directly invest in it and become a, let's say, a shareholder. Legally, it's not fully a shareholder structure, but people are entitled to a certain share of an asset and then can benefit from the output. And they can be assured that the energy that is produced there is really green and comes from that specific installation, and that is managed through the digital identity of the hardware that I was talking before. And the trusted gateway then enables near real-time settlements of transactions and smart contracts in this case, because from a blockchain technology perspective, it's a hybrid project. So it involves BigchainDB, which is a Berlin-based foundation blockchain protocol, and it also uses the energy web chain stack in this case here, especially for smart contracting. So the use cases that are included in this project, we notarize energy production. So energy provenance is guaranteed, it's green, and all the output and all the transactions will be notarized in an audit ledger. Then we have shared ownership via the PV tokens that we issue. They are an ERC20 compatible token and are transferred as shares of a production unit. And then the energy produced is transferred to the software wallets within a Wien Energie smartphone app to the shareholders. So depending on their share in the asset, they get kilowatt hour tokens in there and can redeem them for various services that are coming from the Viennese public service providers. The differentiation here from a legal standpoint, just a rough overview. Of course, if you launch a utility token and the kilowatt hour token is a utility token, then you have to be careful that you don't enter into, let's say, the fiat money realm or the currency definition of regulation. So you have to make sure that the utility token can either only be redeemed with the issuer or with a very limited set of partner companies. So that's how this utility token is structured. If we go to the next slide. A few more details here about the 2 tokens. Most of it, I think we have mentioned. The PV token basically represents a voucher whose redemption is then dynamically compensated. Wien Energie offers here a minimal remuneration of 2.1% per annum. But of course, if the PV asset performs well, this can go higher. And of course, the same system could also be used for the financing of assets that are only to be built. The asset or the installation in Wien is already existing. So we tokenized an asset or a park that was already there. And for the kilowatt hour tokens, I said it's stored in the software wallets of the customers, and it is then provided by the banking grade key management and token management platform by Riddle & Co that I was mentioning earlier. And in the end, it's of course meant to fuel circular economy goals, but also sector coupling, because Wien Energy is of course also maintaining a EV charging infrastructure in Vienna. There are different partnerships that the company is having, and the token is of course in the future going to be involved in some of these circular economy cases. Next slide. So this is how the big marketing campaign started in Vienna like 2 weeks ago. So you can see it's quite present in the city limits. And that was also one learning also from a test sale that we did in February for the sales arm of Wien Energie, that if you can surf the wave of, let's say, public desired goals and ambitions, like, you know, energy that should be green and also CO2 savings, then such a campaign can really lead to a very quick turnover in terms of the offered shares here. And they were really surprised by the success of these campaigns, because all customers that acquire the PV token are becoming a partner and a shareholder of Wien Energie for at least 5 years. So that's a totally new, let's say, customer relationship that the company can enter into. Moving to the moving to the next slide, please. Here are a few more information about the trusted gateway. So how does it basically work? It is built around what we call a secure element. So that's a specialized chip and if I say we produce crypto chip modules, that does not mean that we are chip producers. So of course the silicon itself is coming from the typical, you know, market leaders, and depending on the industry and the use case, you need of course certain certified chipsets that have all the credentials to work in that industry. And then our role is to create the crypto chip module. So it's a security by design approach. So we do not only aim at enabling, let's say, cryptographic transactions and all the algorithmic flexibility that we need for various types of crypto transactions, but also to make it almost impossible for hardware hackers to break into these systems and devices. And the end goal is, if they manage to crack a device, that they cannot harm the network, and that there's also a level of network oversight and network integrity checks, so that the backend is realizing if a device is tampered with. So that's the whole, let's say, philosophy behind it. And this means, since we talk about the energy market, where we have, of course, also regulators that are certifying all devices, that you need to make decisions whether you want to create a new standalone device that incorporates these secure elements to give a digital identity and to provide wallet functionality, or if you start to discuss with the vendors in that space and the regulator to embed these crypto chip modules into devices. From an engineering standpoint, that's not a big thing. It can be done within a few weeks. But then, of course, you would need to undergo certification again. So that's why in some cases you will see an extra box in projects like these, while in other projects and in other markets, you might see integrated crypto chips with gateways, for example. And then with all of this, we have a unique identity for a device that is notarized on the blockchain. We can create a digital twin of the device, and there can be pings between the backend and the devices, so that this is really becoming a connected, decentralized network. And then with this, we fully support the new use cases, for example, for urban residential areas, but also for sector coupling, if we talk about, charging batteries of EVs and managing the whole, energy storage system that will, of course, be an inter-sector thing. Moving to the next slide, and then I think we already are coming to the video. The question is now, Kai, should we try to switch screen sharing again, or do you want to call up the link that I had provided? Might be easier.
Where did you provide the link?
In the email that I sent at 9:30.
Yeah, I think that we can try with the video through you, Sebastian, because the video worked before also from the visibility.
Then let's give it a try.
Okay.
If not, the video is also available on YouTube, so we can for sure provide the link afterwards. Keep your fingers crossed now. And this video describes basically the collaboration and the project, and you'll get a better impression. Of course, you know, images can say more than words. So here we go.
The climate crisis is real, and it's here to stay. It continues to impact our environment and pose tremendous challenges in front of us. It requires a radical transition to renewable energies. In 2018, Riddle & Code and Wien Energie partnered up to drive the transition and to shape the future of the energy market. The two companies joined forces and combined the industry expertise of Austria's largest energy provider and Riddle & Code's technology leadership. The peer-to-peer energy trading project at the Viertel 2 in Vienna, Austria's first energy community, set out to transform the centralized and inflexible energy market into a peer-to-peer marketplace based on renewable energies. The two companies set out to tokenize both energy production and consumption, introducing a scalable, agile, and regulatory compliant solution. This is the birth of MyPower, the ambitious and innovative energy tokenization project. How does it work? Customers use their money to support the construction and the operation of PV plants. In return, each customer receives kilowatt-hour token. The kilowatt-hour token gets securely stored in digital wallets and notarized on the blockchain. The trusted gateway measures the energy produced and writes it down on the immutable blockchain. Each customer receives additional tokens based on the energy produced by the PV plant. Token management is performed and secured by Riddle & Code's groundbreaking key management service in the cloud. Customers can redeem their saved kilowatt-hour tokens and use them to pay their electricity bill or buy groceries at a supermarket. This is just the beginning. Riddle & Code and Wien Energie will not stop here. The next steps include MyPower to go. Take your energy with you. MyPower is your power. Automated energy sharing with your peers. District Power. Empowering local energy communities and supporting the ongoing asset lifecycle management. The future is you.
So I hope that worked well. And that's basically already the coda. So looking forward to the panel discussion, and please contact me if you have any questions, either in the chat or through the email provided here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sebastian.
Thank you too, yeah.
That was really interesting, and I think it's a very advanced project already. It shows what we can achieve and where the journey can go to. I think before we start the panel, we have some questions from the audience, and maybe we start with the first project from Jonathan. And I have a question to Jonathan from the audience from Block Z. The question is, was there an on-chain part for the demo, or was it a complete off-chain POC?
No. So basically, all the little 15-minute data points that you saw there that were the production are actually on-chain granular certificates. So all of that was, so what we're doing, basically, we track the entire production on-chain, but the consumption is tracked off-chain, and for now only part of the reporting dashboard, so that the consumers do not have to reveal their consumption if they don't want to.
Okay, very good. And another one to you, Jonathan. You have already a business contact interest. The question is from Martin Bayer. Would Energy Web be interested in discussing cooperating with relevant cross-industry partners, for example, insurance partners? I guess you're always interested, but maybe, Jonathan, can you already imagine use cases with insurances or other cross-industry partners?
Sure. I mean, we're always open for these kinds of discussions. I would say as we are more like a technology provider, we would have to see, where our technology stack fits in there. And maybe I could imagine that maybe another project partner that we're working with would be interested in something like that. So it would be more of that than maybe a direct interaction. But let's see.
Perfect. So Kai, do you think? I think I would then switch to Richard and ask him the questions from the audience. There was a very interesting one, and it says, what if a consumer selects a producer that can't produce the specified day? What kind of reports information does the consumer get in such unpredicted lack of energy productions?
Yeah, this is actually a very good question, because we've spent quite some time now to think about this. And it's also, our approach is quite different to the one of Telia, for example, which does a real-time matching. We don't do a real-time matching. We do a matching purely on the volume or the sum of the kilowatt hours. So that means if a solar plant doesn't produce energy in the night, we over-purchase during the day so that the sum of the kilowatt hours remains exactly at the amount that the consumer consumed. So that's basically our approach. That's also one of the reasons why we don't have a 15-minute trading interval, but a daily trading interval.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, that leads me to another question that I have. How is actually feedback from your consumers regarding your daily offer, your day ahead offer then? Do they actually make use of it? Do they change all the time? Do I have to be a nerd? Sorry for that expression.
They have to be a nerd, yes. It turns out, I would say the vast majority pick their producer on sign up. So when you sign up for the first time to Lithium, you pick a producer, and then just every day, if you don't do a selection yourself, Lithium purchases energy from the same producer every day. And the vast majority of our consumers pick this option.
Thank you. And then I'd say, how about we continue with Gunther?
Yes, I have a question from the audience to Gunther. How is the Scope 3 carbon footprint data actually tracked and supervised? Specifically, the employee commuting, business travel, and waste generated. How do you make sure it's reliable and accurate? And also, how is it monetized?
Okay, yeah, very good questions. And let's start with how do we ensure that correct data is. A company right now, they get audited for what they produce, and an auditor checks whether the calculations and what they provide as information is correct. In terms of Scope 3 emissions, we've really looked deeply into this. And the fact is that the vast majority, significantly more than 80%, of Scope 3 upstream emissions come from direct materials and transportation. So direct materials is, if you take a car, the suppliers of the doors, of the engines, of the tires, of the batteries, etc. This is the vast majority of Scope 3 upstream emissions. And I've just checked the example of Apple again. Apple's commute and business travel and employee travel is 3% of the carbon emissions. So it's really not that significant, and there's also very difficult for a company to do something. So we're focusing on the big chunk right now. The last question was in terms of the monetization. This is, and we have a concept where we can say we do sort of an auction to the suppliers and say, every supplier who is able to save carbon emissions can get a certain amount, and then we can see how can we reduce it most efficiently. However, we have not started to implement this because right now we still need to have the transparency first before we can do something like that. But definitely monetization is possible, and it's also a target for us.
Thank you for the answer. Then maybe a question that I was having in my mind. So now that you heard presentations from Lithium, from Riddle and Code, from Energy Web, where do you think and how should an interface between your carbon tracker and granular certificates, how should it look like, and where do you see potential and how could that work? It's a very broad question, but I give it a try.
Yeah, I think right now it's an auditor who needs to verify what was the energy footprint if there are certain certificates from the company. And so right now this is manual work, which they would then need to enter into the system. But if we have an interface, I think we could automate that process and then say, okay, I have certificates and I can read them automatically. And this is confirmed. I know this is true and reliable data. And then it's less work, less manual work for an auditor. This is how I would see it.
Thank you very much, Günther. And then I think we switch to Sebastian's presentation. Mariana.
Yes. So Sebastian, we have the question here for you. How fixed is the system to the underlying blockchain? That is, if better blockchains come into existence, will you be able to port it?
Before porting, I have to unmute myself. So yes, that's always possible. BigchainDB, of course, you can look it up as an open source based platform, and basically every project that we do gets an optimized sidechain solution for that project. But we focus there on basically data notarization, also the registration of hardware devices, and some other, let's say, processes that you need in complex industry projects. But it's a very interoperable stack, so it doesn't have an inherent coin or cost structure, and where a transaction is terminated in the end doesn't matter to us. So as I explained to you in the Wien Energy case, because both companies are also Energy Web members, we created a hybrid project with the Energy Web chain, and using part of their functionality, if we as Riddle and Code tokenize, we typically use other technical solutions to tokenize based on BigchainDB. So yes, it's fully flexible, and that's the only thing we can do to achieve progress, to be open for better solutions that are coming up, either on the stack level or on specific, capability and module levels.
Thank you. And another one, I think that is actually good connection to this question. How many customers are expected on board? Are there plans to tokenize more electricity capacity, solar panels, etc.? And also, could other energy producers use this service, or is it exclusive for Wien Energie?
Yeah, sure. There's a roadmap. As you could see at the end of the video, part of the roadmap is driven by regulation in the energy markets. Part of the roadmap is driven by, of course, technological development. And then, of course, it's also customer education and market education. So we had a first test sale of shares, as I told you, in February, where it was a few hundred shares. Now it's 5-digit number of shares in Vienna. And the next steps will then be logically, across Austria and then internationally. So, even though we have to keep the Austrian regulation in mind here, of course, the underlying tech stack and tech solutions can be deployed globally, and we're already in advanced discussions with projects on different continents.
Perfect. And there's another question for you, which I would actually like to take into our panel, because I would also some others of you to answer it. But that brings me to one more question for Richard. And it is regarding your German project. And you talked about the obstacles also regarding the German regulation. So my question would be, how about going into another country?
That's the plan.
Okay.
Not now, but the challenge of an energy supplier is that the market communication, so basically the communication between the low voltage grid, high voltage grid, previous supplier and the new supplier, that's not standardized at all. So that means we have relatively high switching costs when we go from one country to another country. But I mean, that shouldn't hinder a growing startup.
Yes, absolutely. And is there also then a difference regarding going somewhere else within the EU market and going globally, as also Sebastian just said?
Yeah, so for us, every new market is a new challenge. That's a little bit different for Sebastian, because basically Sebastian sits on top of the market communication. Wien Energie does that for him. Basically, we are the Wien Energie in this example. So we need to take care of the communication. And that is very specific for every country, worldwide, actually. I mean, every country developed its own energy communication switching protocols, which makes the markets not very transparent.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Kai, I would say all the remaining questions we got would be actually also good for our panel discussion. There was also another question regarding matching algorithms, which I would also like to take into the panel. And as we have 2 additional guests, I'd first like to take the chance to introduce them. So we have Christina from Power Ledger with us as another panelist. Hi, Christina. You are the European representative of Power Ledger. And then we also have Thorsten Dahmen, a Senior Innovation Manager for Industry Automation Electrification at E.ON Innovation. Very welcome to the panel. So first to you, Christina, we have a question so that the audience gets to know you a little better. Power Ledger. So you are already, active in several markets around the world. You've also developed a peer-to-peer energy trading platform. My question would be, where, now that you want to enter also the German market, where do you see the main challenges, but also opportunities for your platform here in the German market?
Thanks, Marianne, for the introduction. So yes, that's correct. We're in 10 countries globally present already in 4 continents and 4 European countries, and now entering the German market. And it's true that there's some particular challenges for the German market that we might not have or have differently elsewhere. For example, the smart meter rollout that might be happening slower or at a much slower pace than other European countries. But at the same time, what we do, we believe there's a very big need in Germany. We think it's one of the countries in the biggest need for decentralization at the moment because of the impact the quick expansion of renewables has had in the energy system and in the grid infrastructure in particular. So at the same time, what we're doing is not only peer-to-peer, it's more of a system approach that looks into enabling local energy markets that can have a positive impact in the power grid, in the energy system. So we think that's very needed in Germany at the moment. We're also working in spheres like we were just discussing in energy tracking, for energy, green energy and green hydrogen certification, other topics that are also very spoken currently in the German and the European sphere. So we're very excited to enter the German market as well. We think our technology can have a very good impact in it and see the opportunities bigger than the challenges. In this case, none of the challenges we see can't be overcome, or we've also had them in projects previously in other countries and they weren't an issue.
Great, yeah, we're all excited to see how it will go for you.
Yes.
Okay, then we can continue with Thorsten. Thorsten, welcome to this panel. We're all happy to have you here. Maybe to directly jump into this discussion, one question to you. So traditional energy players like Elia, but also like E.ON, from your point of view, what are your activities and what is your view on how to integrate like decentralized players, and how do you look at this peer-to-peer trading activities and the higher degree of decentralization?
I think that is one of the major developments in the future, or currently already, but for the future. And so communities, energy communities, and local energy really one one of the important drivers, especially for the E.ON Group innovation, where we are really working hard on it. Yeah. So, for example, we do have one project which is really trying to enable small, really tiny energy communities across Germany and Europe later on, where we really try to incentivize consumer to consume the energy when it's available locally, right? So I don't know, maybe in the street or in a radius of 4 kilometers, I don't know what, but really tiny communities. But the challenge there is less the data management in the backends, I would say. Yeah, that's one thing, but getting really the data needed for doing some sort of real-time matching, whatever real-time means, somewhere below 15 minutes, I would say, to really be able to introduce working incentive models. Yeah, so that's really important.
Great, thank you, Thorsten. I would actually directly pick on your last point and put this into the panel, because also what we have experienced from our projects is data that you put into blockchain. It's the blockchain creates persistence, but how do we ensure that the data that feeds into this blockchain is actually trustable? Who wants to go first?
Yeah,
I was hoping I answered that one, didn't I?
Yeah, well, one thing is creating trust, right? If you have enough resources, if you have enough margins or money, you could create trust like hell. Yeah, so it's not a big problem actually, but really doing it in the way that you still can earn money with such products, so it stays attractive to our customers. Yeah. That's really the challenge. So especially for Germany, where the smart meter rollout is, well, a bit behind, I would say. And it puts a lot of effort to energy supplier or meter point operators to roll it out, even for the customers. So there's no, the switching process is challenging, I would say. So there's no plug and play and so on and so forth. So customer experience is hard, and but even then, from a point of view of the money and fees that customers have to pay a year, or maybe the energy supplier would offer that as a service, or let us say as a gift for their product, it's hard to finance actually, since the margins in the energy sector are so tiny that any additional effort you have to put into the measurements, is actually a challenge. Yeah.
Yeah, I would go right in here, because as you just said, Sebastian, you actually answered it, and you mentioned something where I have actually also a question. You said we needed augmented hardware security level. I hope I did this, I said it correctly. Maybe you could go a bit more into that. What do you mean? And maybe also the others who have already projects running, how do you deal with this requirement for an augmented hardware security level?
Let me use the analogy from the mobility sector, because I think we all can judge it as drivers or passengers. We went with the concept of a car wallet, which is basically very similar to what I was talking about in the Trusted Gateway, to the auto industry, and said, look, here's a car wallet. It can give your vehicles a hardware-based digital identity, and it provides full wallet functionality. And then, yes, you have lots of meetings. We also did a project with Daimler to showcase it and develop it to an industry-grade level. But then the very difficult part begins. You have to discuss, new product roadmaps. These are 5 to 8 year roadmaps, and you have to basically aim at integrating it into the telematics unit, which is the core and the holy grail of each OEM. So there's resistance, especially if they don't understand the multidimensional, blockchain world and what it means and how you can benefit from it. So what was relatively easy for us is to develop a separate device, a retrofit. You have a separate dongle that you just integrate into the vehicle, and then you can use it for fleet management and other stuff. But why do we need it? I think it becomes quite clear to all of us if you think about self-driving vehicles. What will happen if we enter into a robo-taxi? First, you will use an app or you will have a plastic card. Then the backend needs to check your, KYC status. Can you pay your ride with your credit card? If you still need to overlook, the driving process, then you might still need a driver license. But in the end, the backend needs to open the door. The backend needs to ignite the engine. It will not be you, because all of these steps will only happen after, checks performed by a backend. And what happens if there's an accident? We know that we might be sleeping or reading in the car. And what is the insurance level doing? If you could just take the car to your hacker friend around the corner and they could empty all, local data storage, then there would be no way for an insurance company to reconstruct how this accident proceeded. And then a whole new set of rules is coming up. So from next year on, all OEMs have to, at all times, be able to provide records about software and firmware versions installed in the cars. They need to, in the future, they will need to pay for the CO2 footprint of the cars during production and during the life cycle. So all of this is requiring terribly exact notary services because it will directly affect the bottom line by the CFO. And sorry, last sentence, then I'm done. The same will be true if we have programmable money. Then these process designs will affect the Excel sheet, and that's when at least you will get the attention of the boards that has been, let's say, lacking oftentimes when we discuss the integration of blockchain projects into the grander design of corporate strategies.
Thank you. How about Christina, Richard, or Jonathan, or also Gunther? Anything to add here?
Yeah, so we had that discussion too with our producers. So basically, the question is, do you need a special box which does the hardware encryption of data, for example, production data or green energy certificates, or is this something that another party can already produce, for example, the grid operator or the supplier or another computer? So in theory, of course, hardware always adds another layer of security. What we realized in practice was two challenges. The first one is it's already hard to convince a producer that he should experiment this new blockchain thing. If you then say, but you need to use this box because without this box, it doesn't work, it gets tricky. I mean, you still probably, if you dig hard enough or if you have enough money, then you can solve the problem. But it's one layer of cost, it's one layer of complexity and so on. And the second thing is, well, usually the data you want to certify is depending on the approach you do, either the green energy certificates like in the Elia approach or the kilowatt hours like in the Wien Energy approach. So yes, of course, you could theoretically fake the data and say, oh, my green power plant is now not producing this amount, but this amount. But it would be quite obvious because these power plants, I mean, everyone knows what the capacity is, the register, the official, they need to be testified by the TÜV. They have a nominal power output. So even if you were to fake it, you couldn't really generate that much out of it because everyone would be surprised if this small power plant suddenly produces this amount of energy. So the actual incentive for a hacker to target this is relatively low. And then because of these two reasons, we basically went for an extra hardware certification, but just used regular asynchronous transmission. So we used private keys to encrypt the data and basically told the producers to make sure that no one uses the private key, or in the end, they just gave us the whole operation and then we held the private key to make sure that everything is safe.
But I would say that's not enough. Connected infrastructure will be hacked. We saw it in the US and elsewhere. Sony's PlayStation network was hacked, for example, just to give a ridiculous one. So hardware security really might be needed. And it's also a question about how competitive are we as a society. We have smart meter gateways. And of course, there's certain resistance and institutions that are in charge, like BSE, will have to make up their minds about the next generation of these devices. And if these come earlier, then it's better. If these come integrated with PKI and other, technical modules that we need, then it's also better. If not, it will be a question of competitiveness and if we want our infrastructure to be secured. So yes, yes, it's more cumbersome, but it will be needed, Yeah.
True, but also don't forget why in Germany we are so slow, because we have ridiculous security measures in our smart meter devices. If you look at the Nordics, they have smart meter for everyone. Why? Just because they use normal security. Only the Germans have the weird idea that we need to have NASA-proof security levels with the special device, which then takes years to certify, and then was one of the main reasons why the consumers don't benefit of smart meters. So I think I agree, security is important, but you always need to find the right balance between how much business benefit do I have versus how detrimental is additional level of security.
Let's just agree with blockchain notary services, Wirecard wouldn't have happened, and there would be other issues that could easily be prevented.
Maybe we can also
I think for now I would like you a little stop. And first, because I have another question in this regard, talking like from the perspective of a very unknowledgeable consumer. But first I would like to ask Jonathan, Christina, would you, or Gunther, would you maybe also give your input with regards to the fake opportunities for faking the data?
So I think maybe...
Sorry, go ahead, Jonathan.
Thanks. So I would say we should look at the bigger picture here, right? And of course, maybe today it's not so important if someone can fake some solar farm data, right? But where do we want to go? And I think we clearly want to go to an energy system where every device can, identify itself and has a digital identity and can sign data and prove that this is actually that it's actually the device that it says it is, to other entities in the market. And I think, of course, it will cost something. And of course, Germany has high regulation, that it's complicated. But to be honest, as you just said, a lot of other countries are doing it already. And I think this is definitely where all the other markets go. And if we cannot achieve to have smart devices on the lowest level, I don't know, I think this is just totally required, and we need to. And I think if you look at the system perspective and you actually take the additional costs that is on the grid level because of this decentralization, because of the volatility into account as well, I think a lot of these, creating smart devices shouldn't be cost prohibitive in the future, in my opinion.
Christina, you want to add?
I totally agree with Jonathan. In the end, if you look at the system perspective in the future, you are going to have the ideal setup. You're going to have a smart meter gateway and a system that proves that the data that are put in the system are trustable and reliable. The problem is, as they were saying, as also Richard was saying, I believe, that the transition to there, if we are not, for example, having smart meters and are needing to use some other way to put data into the system, because of a security measure that we don't want to introduce smart meters if they don't have a set of rules of security, we're entering into another problem. That is, the more or the least automatic that process is for entering the data, and the least advanced or tailored to the system it is, the more room there is for either errors and hacking, if so. And we enter in a paradox where, because of being too aware of security, we might not utilizing all of the capabilities of that technology for providing data security at the same time. So, as Jonathan was saying, I think this is a change that is very needed, especially in Germany. We need decentralization. We need systems that can take off the burden from the grid and also provide flexibility. So I think it's a trade, like a give and take solution of, okay, if we need this, we might need to be able to adapt a bit at this stage, and then it can always be upgraded to more and more security, but always enabling to get to that point where we're going to, and then tackling it from that perspective, what we need in the system we're building.
Thank you.
Dude, imagine that we, I mean, at one point, if we have this security on data and we can enable peer-to-peer transactions and everyone can trade with each other, how do we deal with privacy protection? Because if we have a real decentralized system and we have tokenization of energy, of production, we match maybe certificates against consumption, what kind of information are we really willing to disclose? And does the technology still work if we do it really fully decentral? And maybe that's also something that is possible, that is relevant for carbon tracking. So Gunther, do you have an opinion on that?
Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah. I think in terms of security and also what you are mentioning with data protection, we are right now in the B2B world. I think there's the data, it is critical, but it's not, we don't have privacy concerns in that regard. And so for us, in this project, in the carbon block project, we are not so much concerned about the privacy. But of course, we have another project in the healthcare industry. There, it's very critical, and we are working very, very hard on trying to solve these issues. And I think you always need to look what kind of data do you have. With carbon tracking, we don't see those privacy issues or data protection issues that critical. It's sort of companies, for them, it's a competitive advantage, and they're concerned that nobody else gets it. But the real GDPR problems we don't have in our project.
Thorsten, I saw that you was reacting on my question, so maybe you have something to add on that.
Yeah, I think that is actually one of the major challenges up front. So becoming more and more granular on data perspective, on a time perspective, and location based, etc., really forces us to really protect people and even companies for being spied out and yeah, becoming transparent to everyone, right? So that's a major challenge, and I think the processes we have in place right now are not really capable to deal with those new upcoming challenges of granularity, etc. I think even industry will have sort of interest in having its information protected, and there are competitors out there, and if we have one transparent ledger and we are storing I don't know what type of information, industry players will become concerned about that. They won't like it. Definitely not. So but the question is how to tackle it, and could we really have a fully decentralized open platform? That's really good question, and I think from my perspective it won't be really possible to have a really full-fledged transparent, like Bitcoin similar setup. So I think it's about the proofs, right? So you need to become able to prove if something is true or not. It's not about getting all the real-time all the informations on one place and a huge data lake, something similar, so that everyone can read the clear text and so on and so forth. Anyway, someone has to protect to process this data, right? Someone or a group of parties has to do it, and those will also have an increased responsibility to deal with those data, be it private customer data or be it let us say important industry data. So that's definitely a challenge. Companies dealing in that sphere will have to position itself and to tackle the challenge. Yeah.
It's also a bit inherent to blockchain, because I mean, we like blockchains because there's a public ledger. That's the core of the blockchain. But then, of course, you don't want that your neighbor knows when you consume energy and when you don't consume energy, because then he might rob your house. So it's a real dilemma. A possible solution, which basically we in Lithium did, is we used basically hashes. So every customer gets like a wallet address, and only we know the mapping of the wallet address to the customer. So unless our core data is stolen, the data is useless. And if our core data is stolen, then just like with every other energy supplier in the world, the data will be accessible to the attacker anyway. So that's the approach. And then, of course, just like with Bitcoins, if you share your wallet to your neighbor, then your neighbor will always know how much energy you consume. I mean, in the rest of the world, this is not a problem, but in Germany with GDPR, it gets a bit tricky.
We basically,
but I think, yeah, go ahead, Sebastian.
Yeah, we basically take the same approach. So no personal data on a blockchain. We use hashes, the data stays where it is. So that also means that, you know, there's increased responsibilities on the side of the utility companies to take care of their customer data. And of course, you can create multiple wallets per device, per human being. So it's not necessarily the same wallet address that you use for trading Bitcoins versus looking after your fridge. Maybe one last or additional comment. I think some of us, at least, Thorsten, Jonathan, and others, we are in that, let's say, Lighthouse project, Kai as well, of DENA in the German ministry, where we built a blockchain-based registry for energy-producing assets. That's now a parallel infrastructure. So there is already such a database, and it's regulatory required to register assets. But that's the first step, you know, create identities for devices and then have a register. But the most important thing is, of course, to create a smart contract register, because the smart contracts will govern, you know, the system. And that's where we need consensus. And there's also a beginning of A, the chain of trust, and B, the decision making. And for critical infrastructure that are at least not fully private owned, such as the energy markets, that's where we need to put our focus on. And that's what we are already also currently discussing at the NATBA level with the EU Commission. So data is relatively easy to answer. It stays where it is. Hashes will be written into the blockchains. And if you do that design or process design properly, then there shouldn't be, let's say, an additional problem caused by the use of blockchain systems.
But I think it's not a full answer, right? So if the data stays where it is, that's not true, because it will become way more information where to the same parties, right? So the same parties have to deal with a way bigger amount of data and have to protect their customers even stronger than nowadays, where they might get data or not. So and usually those companies are the larger ones, and processes take years and so on and so forth to transform such cultures and procedures. So that's
why we have you at E.ON.
Sorry?
That's why we have you at E.ON doing it for us.
Yeah, I want to second what Sebastian said. So I think it's really important that we look at, you know, where exactly the blockchain should come in. And one big part is, of course, to always make everything verifiable, right? So that we get away, in not only in the energy sector, but everywhere, we get away from these manual auditing processes where someone, I don't know, has 2 Excel files and actually check if something is correct or not, right? And that, of course, also means that you can always trace back any transaction that happened to some specific entity. This entity should, of course, be anonymized or only known to whoever needs to verify this data, right? And then I think what we need to do in the solution design when we go for blockchain solutions is always to have this spectrum in mind between full transparency and only very minimum, basically notarization and making things verifiable for someone. And I think the level of transparency that you basically choose has to be tailored to the specific use case. So if there is not a lot of trust between parties and the public has a right to know something, full transparency is a good option. If only a set of players should notarize something and be able to, in an automated way, by the click of a button, verify that something is correct and can actually trust that because of the cryptography behind that, then then this is the solution designed for that specific use case, in my opinion. And you always have to find the right balance between the two.
If we go, I think this discussion is really interesting because at the end, we try to use the technology to make things verifiable, to make it transparent, but to create this trust. But for whom are we actually creating this trust, or who is asking for that trust? Are end customers really looking for hashes and want that everything is completely verifiable? So for whom are we actually building this? Is it for the end customer, or is it maybe also for B2B interactions?
I think it's first and foremost for the public good. Of course, that includes the end customer, but if we want to reach those sustainable development goals, and we just saw it in Austria, where the government increased the carbon savings goals, and then all of a sudden, that's in this case beneficial for us, but all of a sudden a customer and partner like Vienna Energy gets crazy because all the projects in the pipeline would not be sufficient to reach the savings they have to contribute. So yes, somebody has to pay the bill. We all know it from pollution and also from the climate change. So we have to make an effort, and that also goes back to what I think Torsten said about we have to earn the money somewhere. But again, look at the car market. The industry can live with 30% odometer fraud. Because who suffers from it? The guys that buy cars in the secondary market, and 30% is not a smallish share of odometers that are tampered with, and we can just do away with it. So that's beneficial also for the consumers, but I'm pretty sure that a few companies will find new business models based on real data and how to process them smoothly and efficiently. Of course, right now we look after secondary business models. If we look at the Vienna Energy and energy communities case, yes, if you can prove that energy is consumed locally, you save part of the network transportation fees. So sometimes the reasons or the justification for business models are coming from, let's say, the legacy world. But if we introduce these new systems, then of course also the regulation will change over time, and also some of the business designs will change. So we should not only limit ourselves to, does it contribute to the bottom line immediately? There is a mid and a very long-term effect, and that's something we should desire or strive for as a society.
Anyone else on this?
I was just gonna add to Kai's question. I don't think it's just there's just one beneficiary of this. Of course, the data protection is in this case that we're talking for the end user, because we need to protect their data in order to enable these systems, which many different parties benefit from. It's not only the end user that's going to get additional revenue streams for monetizing their assets or just be able to consume electricity from their neighborhood. It's also utilities that can create brand engagement. It's also the DSOs that can get some grid congestion relief or additional flexibility from enabling these kind of systems. So at the end of the day, the question of who do we do this for? Like there's parties that are also benefiting from this. It might not be their data, but if you want to make customers engage, and especially if you want to scale up, because now at this early stage, it might be early adopters, like sustainably minded customers that are signing into these programs. But in the future, if you want to scale this up and you want to engage more and more customers into these systems, also those that are not the ones that are there ready and excited to contribute to the energy transition, you're going to be needing to ensure them that all their data are going to be secured, that they are going to get additional income or some kind of benefits from these systems, because at the end of the day, in that case, it's also them who's providing you a service in some kind of sense, if we look at it from that perspective.
I want to maybe also add something there, because maybe a perspective from the, corporate renewable energy buyer side. So, I mean, one core thing that they do is basically they want to say publicly that they consumed green electricity, for example, right? And I think the more we move towards that direction, that a lot of people actually want to make that public, and actually this is important to them. And I think this also applies to the B2C level, right? I think the more, of course, you need to protect the, privacy of all customers. But I think, there's another layer to that, where a lot of people may be okay with sharing some of the stuff if they can prove something in return, right? And I think another thing is that we as the public also have the right to do some information. And I think a lot of, big companies are not really well, inefficiently telling us like what's actually going on, right? And there's a lot of distrust in the public in, let's say, for example, big oil giants, right? Would you trust big oil giants that they report everything in the right way? And I think in the future, we as a public might be more, might have a bigger demand for actual, verifiability. And of course, it will not be the customer that, runs some hashes through some verification algorithm, but there will be some third-party providers, or there will be some NGOs that will do that, right? And I think then the trust in these entities that are auditing processes, this will of course be between the customer and these entities, but I think this will be the future, and I think we as a public have a right to more information and more transparent processes. That's my opinion.
To add on this, maybe I strongly believe that I don't know, companies, utilities, whoever, could really create a new kind of communication channels by having such kind of proofs to their customers. Actually, of course, it doesn't need to be techie, right? So, dear customer, take this hash and try to find it on a blockchain. It won't work. That's true, but you can create a story around that. You could have a nice UI experience, etc. So but the foundation is having the proof, right? And then another thing is, of course, and that's a kind of bet, I would say, and a bet for the future is if you really believe that energy systems become more decentralized, so even more residential PVs and so on and so forth, yeah. So the story we have heard in the beginning, then it's clear that you have to, and still we don't want to have blackouts on a regular basis, right? So would be also a good thing. So if you have both property there set, then there's no way around to have more and more automation in the process, and having agents working and dealing and managing all the relations in the grid, since humans won't be any longer able to manage all this stuff on this tiny high granular pieces. And then you definitely need a kind of single source of truth in order to orchestrate all these tiny agents. And you also need to have some sort of place where you could enforce rules where digital agents have to follow, so that they are not doing crappy things in the network. That's of course a really futuristic picture, but I mean, it's somehow going into that direction already, right? And last but not least, if we come to hydrogen, if you will really, that's the supply chain topic again, if you really want to track each and any aspect of the supply chain for hydrogen energy, so and at the end of the day, you want to say, that's really green energy produced out of hydrogen, green hydrogen, then there's a lot to do, and we are definitely not ready to track all this environmental topics right now. That's not doable today for us.
Gunther, you wanted to add?
Yeah, I would really like to add to Jonathan and also to Torsten a similar experience. I think right now the companies we are talking to, they're very concerned because they don't know how do their competitors calculate, and so there's a lot of mistrust. But I think once we have the system established, we will see that the good performers will start to openly share their data because they can see this as a competitive advantage. And they use this to their advantage, and this will create also pressure on the other companies to achieve this. But in the carbon tracking right now, we're not at this stage yet. We don't really, because the rules are not strict enough at this point in time. But I'm very positive that it will not take very long until the first companies will very openly try to use this as their competitive advantage and be much more open to share the data.
Mariana, you're on mute, but I'll just take over because I have actually one question
Thank you, Kai.
that relates to the discussion that we just had, because this whole intermediary topic, so we don't need intermediaries to verify transactions. Do you really think that this is applicable for the energy sector? I give an example. If we want to have a granular certification system, and we also want to take into account congestion management, be it on a DSO level or on a TSO level, there has to be one grid operator that says this transaction is possible or not possible because there is maybe a congestion on the line. Is that then still decentralized, or is it then a centralized decision?
How automated is it, right? Like, is there some information that is fed into a smart contract that then triggers actions based on that information, right? In that case, and if you as a grid operator have a decentralized identity that is notarized on chain, and then I basically trust you to provide that data in the correct way, and you also kind of notarize that data that's coming in, so that later, if some auditing body wants to check if the grid operator actually did the right thing there or was somehow misusing the system, I think then it is a decentralized system. If you just, if you just push data on chain somehow and then, I don't know, then maybe it's not. But I think there are definitely ways to first increase the trust that the public can have in this system, and do it in a less centralized way, even though maybe one of the information sources has to come from one party because they are the only ones that have that information, right? I think that's the way I think about this.
I think it helps always to differentiate between, let's say, the technology and infrastructure layer and what is this layer capable of doing, and then the strategic or business or regulatory decision who should do it. So if we are able as an industry, and I talk about blockchain industry servicing different industries, that our systems are capable to set all kinds or allow all kinds of governance and consensus rules to, in a very secure way, enable execution of policies and also identification of machines, devices, and service providers, then that's our job. That's the infrastructure. What kind of decisions are done on top of this? If you want to automate, or if you want a trusted, a specialist, or if the regulator forces a body into it, or if the insurance companies exercises commercial pressure, that's then up to the market itself to define and discuss, and that's something where then, let's say, the boundaries of law do apply. So I think this perspective always helps, because the blockchain is not prescribing something, even to a statement formerly by Richard. Most blockchain solutions in the industrial sense will be consortial blockchains. They will not have a lot to do with public blockchains. So you will not be as a consumer, be able to tap into E.ON's blockchain to see what your neighbor does if you by accident have his private key. So blockchain can do a lot of things, but it's of course a decision before you set a system up, what is really used and what is not used.
I think it's also answering to the decentralized or centralized. I think it's also a spectrum. We don't need to go fully decentralized to be more decentralized, to be a more decentralized system. And I think it's also a matter of what are we doing this for, and also differentiating what is technically possible and what makes sense from the practical perspective. Because, for example, from our experience in many projects globally, this is not like a German issue or an Asia or Europe issue. It's rather you want to orchestrate a lot of decentralized systems. And then the question is, who is going to provide that orchestration service, or who is going to take care of managing the clients? And we might dream of a fully decentralized system in the future. Some might have a different idea, but the truth is that we still need to overcome a long transition to get to that point. And at the current time, the companies that best can manage all of those consumers, all of those prosumers, are still either utilities or companies that already have been doing this business, or you need to put in place either inside your company or an external company, a body that also takes care of that, because these are new systems for all consumers and prosumers that might be logging into your platform, and they're going to have questions, they're going to have problems. There's going to be a lot of logistic effort behind that. It's not only putting a platform in place. So it's very important to get a practical perspective to, okay, how is this implemented on the ground, and how are all of those users actually managed beyond putting a platform that connects to their meters. And then on the other hand, as Kai was saying, there's also further applications of this. It's not only energy production and consumption, is when we want to offer demand response or any kind of flexibility services to the grid, then we're connecting already to DSO. We're adapting a system, or we are providing a system that is going to transform the energy system, but starting from the point we are at right now. It's not like we're gonna go and jump into the future right now, just decentralizing fully to 100% the energy system.
Okay, that brings me to another point. You already mentioned before, Christina, the issue of scalability, and now you, Sebastian, said it's also a question. We will have private consortia or one public. So that brings me to the question, when we talk about scalability, where we want to get, so we will need millions, hundreds, thousands of private consortia to build up this blockchain in Germany, or how will it work?
Yeah, I was not talking about consortia per se, but we will have private and public blockchains, and there will always be a decision which infrastructure do you use for specific use cases or projects. But I agree that, if we talk about peer-to-peer trading and local energy communities, of course, it makes sense to have things set up locally. Because there might also be, a different kind of rule set or a different kind of smart city evolution or a different kind of PV charging infrastructure solution in a specific region, and you should make the best out of it and not necessarily wait until everybody has reached the same standard. Then it will be difficult. Let me already say goodbye. I have to dash in 2 minutes because the next presentation starts at 12 o'clock sharp in Amsterdam. So that's the benefit of digital working. And so
thank you very much, Sebastian. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Bye-bye.
But then this gives opportunity to the others to come to the question about scalability. How will we get there? What do we need? Or is blockchain actually the solution to scale the decentralized market here in Germany? Anyone? Richard, I see your microphone is on.
Yeah, so I think blockchain these days is not a technical challenge anymore. I mean, that was the case a few years ago. 2017, 2018, we had low TPS records or transactions per second records. I think nowadays it's more of a regulatory challenge. It's a business benefit challenge. It's a convincing parties challenge. if you then run it as separate chains, parachain, hybrid chain, single chains, multi-chain, that's then I think a secondary question, where then depending on the use case, there's always a technically optimal solution, or if it's maybe even just a database. Especially if everyone trusts each other, then there's no real need for a blockchain. But whenever you have a trustless environment in there, then the blockchain really plays out its benefits.
Maybe just to add to that really quickly, I think even if you, in the future, I think even if you go completely private, I think what we need to move to, as you know, as we want to achieve digitalization, is to at least keep some of the core principles of, you know, this private key infrastructure, right? And always being able to sign transactions and always being able to track who exactly interacted with the system in what way, and not just, you know, have some data dump where data disappears again. And then of course it depends on the use case, but I think, you know, even if you don't want to go the full transparent public blockchain route, I think today we are all required to think about data and systems in a different way, and just like dumping things in the database and then deleting them and no one knows what's going on. I think this is not the future, even if you don't go full public blockchain. Yeah.
I think there's also another point to it. It's not only the trust aspect of blockchain that blockchain can provide, which is very necessary if we want to link many dots. It's also, on the other hand, and this comes up many times, like, is blockchain really necessary to do this? And then the question is, well, at which cost do you want to do it? Like, if you want to do it, like, if blockchain, there's been a lot of talk and a lot of, you know, like almost a bubble in the past about, oh yeah, blockchain is key to decentralize the system. Well, blockchain is a very good feature to decentralize the system at a cost-efficient manner, by providing not only like a trust mechanism, but also kind of a decentralized financial settlement structure that can, and a data management system that can save costs in comparison to conventional data management systems. So when we're talking about, okay, scalability, we need to make this system these systems worth it for the end consumers, worth it to the companies that are managing them. If we are adding extra costs of data management of transactions to a massive amount of microtransactions, then we're not making the systems competitive, and therefore we're not making the systems scalable. So it's, I think, another factor where blockchain just makes sense to use when we want to scale decentralized applications to the point of having many different users into them.
And I think also, sorry, go ahead.
I think, Jonathan, we are already exceeding the time for this Q&A. So I would like to close the session and give you still the opportunity, 10-second answer. Where do you see energy system and blockchain in 5 years from now? And whoever starts.
You have still 30 seconds to think about your answer, and then we want you to get it out. Who wants to start? Blockchain in the energy sector in, let's say, 5 years.
I give it a try. I think we will definitely see the real first implementations, but hidden. Yeah, so it's not this put it on into the window and saying, wow, we are doing blockchain because it's fancy. Just because we really found a suitable use case where it really makes sense to use blockchain in order, be it proofs or of origin or I don't know what. There will be definitely something, but it won't be this huge story that we have seen in the past from communication point of view.
Thank you.
I agree with that. So I think blockchain technology and decentralized technology, self-sovereign identities, all of that will become an integral part of applications, digital applications in the energy sector. But I agree that I think it will not be, you know, we did this blockchain project. It will be, we did this project and part of the technology stack was decentralized technologies and blockchain. And I think this will this is how it will go in the future.
I want to think we're also going to be at the point of learning more applications as it's happened in the past years, as far as we go doing trials, which is happening now. So when I think of, okay, where is this going to lead us in 5 years? When I look at 5 years in the back, or a couple of years in the back, where we were, for example, not thinking about green hydrogen applications, or for example, one of our latest projects has been linking companies with users, like a brewery that we have in Australia that is buying surplus electricity from users and sending them beer in exchange. It's like all these business models sometimes happen along the way when you hit the spot and there's additional applications that come up. So I want to think that also some of the points that we'll be tackling in 5 years from now, we can't even envision at this point, because they'll come up with the further work that we're going to be doing in this path.
Very long 10 seconds, but thank you.
Sorry for that.
Yeah, and so I think it's a very difficult question, because we've seen many pilot projects, but no real breakthrough like we did in the finance space, for example. The blockchain is really successful. So, but I think in the next 5 years, we will hopefully have this one breakthrough project. And from this ignition point, many others will continue and follow.
And Gunther, last but not least.
Yeah, I think I go with Thorsten and Jonathan also. I think we will see blockchain in the background, but as one of the companies has told me, we're a car manufacturer. We're not an IT company who wants to run nodes, and I think this is where we sort of have to find our way to have reasonable architectures in the background, but still. We see that the B2B companies want to maintain their core business and not become blockchain experts.
Good ending, I would say. And well, thank you all again for your time, for this really interesting conversation. To me, at least it was. And thank you also, Kai, for your co-moderation. And to the audience out there, I know you posted lots of questions, interesting ones. We couldn't pick up all of them, but rest assured we will have a look at them. And it's our plan to not leave it at this event. We want to have a follow-up, and we will definitely look into all the topics and questions that have arisen. And yeah, hopefully we can then dig into in the next event more into that. But for now, I would say it's lunch break time. And I see my colleagues Stefania and Sasha here. And I would say, Stefania, we can all go into lunch break now. Have we deserved it?
Yes, indeed. We are coming back with session 2 at 1:30. So you can use the same link to access the event. And we are going to then dive into session 2 pretty soon later. I'll see you there.
And one more word from Kai. Sorry, Kai.
And I just wanted to also promote the second session, because it will be about DIDs and SSI. So we touched it a lot in that session already. After the lunch break, we will deep dive into that topic with really amazing projects. So I hope you stay with us.
See you back at 1:30. Enjoy.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Stefania, it is 1:30. Do we want to start?
Yes, I think, yeah, perfect. So welcome back to Blockchain in Energy, Decentralization and Sector Coupling. We are here for the session 2. And I think now I will hand the word to Kai and Amira. We introduced before our moderators from Elia Group and Berlin Partner. Amira Gutmann-Trieb from Berlin Partner, Cluster Manager of the IKT, and also Kai Schmidt, Innovation Manager at Elia Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stefania. Hello, Kai. Welcome back, everyone. It's so wonderful to be here, and I'm looking forward to this afternoon. We have some very interesting guests here. We'll hear their presentations first, and then enter into a panel discussion where we can go into the nitty-gritty of how blockchain and energy can come together. I would like to welcome the speakers now at this point. That is Dr. Harry Behrens, who is the CTO of Power and Mobility, and Sarah Memme from the German Energy Agency, Christian Sander from EnBW Bayern-Württemberg, and Johannes Sedelmeier, who's a research assistant for Professor Strücke, who couldn't be here today, of the Competence Center Baden-Württemberg. So welcome to this interesting afternoon. And I think we will kick off with Johannes Sedelmeier's presentation. Johannes, are you there?
I'm there, yeah. So
hello, welcome to this afternoon. I hand over to you, and you can dive right into your presentation.
Hi, Johannes, also from my side. Some remarks for the audience. So if you have questions, please put them in the Q&A section or in the chat. We will first hear all the 4 presentations, and then afterwards jump into Q&As. Floor is yours.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, so happy to be here today. And so I want to combine 2 topics that don't seem to have a lot in common first, because I want to relate COVID vaccinations to developments of blockchain in the energy sector. So this talk is about digital identities, and unfortunately the internet was created without a real digital identity layer. So already in 1993, people noticed that it's very difficult to see whom you are talking to over the internet. And soon after, this cartoon was also updated to IoT devices, because also there it's very difficult to see whom you are communicating with. And so today we basically have 2 ways of authenticating and identifying ourselves in the internet, which are both not too convenient. So on the one hand, we have isolated password-based identity management, where we register with a username. We need to memorize a password. Sometimes there are funny security incidents where even defense departments store their passwords on a post-it near to their computers. On the other hand, we need repeated authentication. For example, if we want to register with a car sharing service, we need to make a video call. If we register with the next car sharing service, we need the next video call, and so on. So this is not very interoperable, not convenient, and also insecure. On the other hand, we have an alternative with so-called single sign-on services, often based on social networks like Google or Facebook. And they do our identity management. So we give them our information, and they then distribute it to their to other service providers that ask them about our identity. So that's quite convenient, because we only need a single password to register with the federated identity provider. But on the other hand, we still cannot cover a lot of cases, like, for example, driver's licenses or diploma. And on the other hand, these identity providers know very exactly what we are doing at which time. So this is some scenario of Big Brother. And funnily, this was already anticipated in 1985 by a computer scientist. So before the invention of the internet, that this surveillance would at some day maybe result in the manipulation of elections, and maybe after Cambridge Analytica, this vision is not too far from being existent. So we should really worry about identity management, and the recent discussion about COVID credentials, so an attestation of being vaccinated, brought this into the public discourse, because we saw, well, the physical document, we don't want to carry it around with us. So maybe digitizing it would be cool, also in order to demonstrate it when we are just communicating via the web, for example, to purchase tickets. On the other hand, we now have a COVID app where we can basically get a QR code that from a pharmacy, for example, that creates of a digital signature on a COVID vaccination credential, and we can store it in on our mobile phone in a dedicated app, or we could even just make a photo of it and store it in our gallery. So this works quite well. The problem is just that this thing is very easy to copy. So we can just send our QR code to friends. They can use that as well because it's a digitally signed document that attests a COVID vaccination, so anybody could use it. So in consequence, this vaccination credential is only valid if we show it together with a valid ID card, typically a physical one, and people need to compare whether the name on the physical ID card is the same that's the name on the COVID credential. So this works, but it's inconvenient, and if we want to transfer this into a fully digital process, well, we can use a dedicated so-called Ausweis app too, which digitizes our German ID card, but there is no way to do a convenient process that shows both the ID card and the vaccination credential in one process. So we would need to open the COVID Pass app, we would need to open the Ausweis app, and then we need to demonstrate both, and somebody needs to compare whether the names coincide. And this gets even worse if we need to combine this, for example, with an event ticket. So people at the entrance would already need to check 3 different documents and check whether the name on them coincides. So in the end, we will probably end up with an app jungle, one certificate for each domain, and we somehow need to get them or manage all of them and compare them without having a good guidance or tools that make this easier. So as this is not the vision that we want to follow, there is hope, and this hope is called self-sovereign identity. And this basically corresponds to putting all the functionalities in our physical wallet, where we store all our cards, into one single universal and dedicated app on a mobile phone that then stores all of the credentials. So in this case, it would store both the vaccination credential and the ID credential, and we can present them together. There's a lot of initiatives in Germany, in Europe, and in the world that's already following this. So most of them have started 2 or 3 years ago. And the interesting thing now is that some of them are not only focused on the identity management of end users, but also on the identity management of, for example, assets in the energy sector. So for example, in a project with the Deutsche Energieagentur that Sarah will present shortly, we are investigating digital identities for assets in the energy sector. There are other projects like ID Ideal. So this is a German showcase project where, among other use cases, we also look at applications in the energy sector. So what specific capabilities does this identity management need? So essentially, we already have a certificate-based digital identity management on the internet, but this is only there for servers. So whenever we use HTTPS, then there is a server that authenticates itself using a digital certificate. But if we want to have an identity management that's capable of more, and in particular that's suitable for end users, we need additional features. So on the one hand, servers need don't need that much privacy. End users do need privacy. So they need to decide what attributes they want to reveal. And we need something like selective disclosure that allows us to only share particular parts of the certificates that we have. We also need credential bundling. So as I already told, we need to show multiple credentials in a single proof to combine them. We need revocation and delegation features, so make certificates invalid. For example, if I drive drunken and then my driver's license becomes invalid. Delegation, so give the credential to others so they can use it if this is a desired feature. We need a high security guarantees, particularly corresponding to integrity and availability. And we need a lot of governance because we have many institutions that can potentially issue credentials. And so the interesting thing is that for the last 3 bullets, blockchain technology might be very suitable technology because it's very good at governing things. It's highly secure in terms of integrity and also has a high availability guarantee. And for listing revocation registries, it's also very suitable. So blockchain might come in handy, and it's similar in the energy sector. So as end users are becoming prosumers, for example, also assets in the energy sector have some direct relationship to end users, and therefore they basically need to inherit these privacy guarantees. Also, businesses do have some requirements on the confidentiality of data, so maybe they don't want to share every attribute of their asset. So we also need selective disclosure there. We also need credential bundling. For example, an end user may want to show attributes about their assets to an insurance to get a contract with them. Many devices also means that we basically have so many end devices that we need to revoke some of them incidentally. The energy sector is a critical infrastructure, so availability and security is maybe even more important. And also a growing number of organizations needs further governance issues. So maybe once we have a well-functioning identity management for end users, bootstrapped by requirements like the COVID vaccinations, we might end up with these capabilities in the energy sector and have a nice bootstrapping for the entities there as well. Further benefits of such an identity management system could be addressing the prominent Oracle problem that blockchains have. So how to feed in reliable sensor data, for example. If the sensor has a certificate by the trusted authority, this might become easier. We could use selective disclosure for authentication with respect to smart contracts. So personal data on a blockchain are always very problematic. So better just prove that you are authorized to do something without revealing who exactly you are. And we will need another layer of communication that's not just on a blockchain, because things that are on a blockchain are seen by everyone. So identity management and access management that's derived from this identity management may be very useful to have a bilateral communication layer. And on top of this, we can then create a blockchain and make things more transparent that we really want to make more transparent. And we have already quite a few projects in this area. So the blockchain machine identity ledger that Sarah will introduce in more detail is about giving identities to these end devices. Indeed, we then use these certified sensor values together with so-called zero knowledge proof to publish proofs on a blockchain that no more green energy is sold than produced without needing to disclose confidential information like consumption data of households. And in a digital showcase project called ID Ideal, we will derive carbon accounting from this energy labeling. And then people can add into their wallet not only credentials, but also their own amounts of carbon certificates that they have received. So in the end, everything will happen, hopefully in a digital wallet combined with blockchains and other digital infrastructures. We have written a white paper on self-sovereign identity, so people may want to read it. Unfortunately, it's only there in German right now, but we are working on an English translation. And for further questions, please reach out to the blockchain lab. We are working on exactly these issues and are happy to communicate with you. So I'm happy to take questions now.
Thank you, Johannes. Thanks a lot. We will collect the questions and aggregate them in the end. So
okay,
the audience, please write in the chat and then we will come back to these questions afterwards. I saw that in the meantime, we also reached a higher number of participants, and I really liked your presentation. And I think I just want to wrap up a bit on where we want to go in this session. So because we had a lot of discussions in the first part of our event today, and we stressed out the need for self-sovereign identities and decentralized identifier. And I think you basically provided a very good start into that topic so that everyone is onboarded and basically understands what we will talk about in this session. Next topic will be a presentation by Harry Behrens and myself. It will be about EV integration. So we talk about how can we integrate electric vehicle infrastructure into the energy system using such technology. And then Sarah will afterwards explain and present the blockchain machine identity ledger, which is a project that also wants to put in place self-sovereign identities and decentralized identifier. And then at the end, we get an example from Christian Sander, his authority model and his token model from EBW. But let me get started with my part of this presentation. So I'll have a double role today and share my screen. Okay, So this presentation is about mobility as a service and the potential of grid services from vehicles. Harry and I, we met on a conference that was also about electric vehicle integration with blockchain. And we came together and we presented our visions. And at the end, it turned out that we have a common view and we have a common understanding of what we can do with this technology. And why is, from a grid operator perspective, from our view, from Elia Group as a transmission system operator, why are electric vehicles so important for us? It is basically the fastest growing decentralized flexibility source that we see. And there's a high potential if we can integrate this flexibility into our system services. And we can basically integrate large amount of renewable energies if we have this technology, because charging patterns can basically be adapted towards the supply of green energy. And we can also build grid services on top of it. So this can basically reduce system costs if we efficiently integrate this flexibility due to the availability of renewables, but also with regards to system services. So to keep the frequency at 50 Hertz, we can use balancing power from electric vehicles to supply the grid to solve congestions. And the thing is that this is a very, very complex task. And it's a task that we, from a grid operator perspective, have not challenged until today. Because in our world, the assets are stationary. So we have a power plant, it has a fixed location, it has a fixed connection, and we can pre-qualify it. So we can also authorize this power plant to participate in grid services and ancillary services. And with electric vehicles, this is now not possible anymore. Because in the first place, electric vehicles are not assets that are purely there to support the energy grid. They are there for driving. So we want to offer the user, the driver, the highest flexibility. And as soon as he or she needs the car, it's there. But this makes it very complex because we also see different kind of charging situations. So there can be public charging, semi-public charging, or private charging. And this adds a lot of complexity. And the complexity is also that we cannot really identify a technical unit. So as soon as the vehicle is connected to different charging stations, we always have a different system. And this makes it very complicated for us as a transmission system operator to be really sure that this asset can provide the services that it's promising. And another thing is availability. So how can we know if a certain number of vehicles is available to provide critical infrastructure services? So this is today very, very difficult to achieve. And last but not least, if we want to create services to integrate electric vehicles in different markets, to offer services, we need to know to whom that vehicle belongs. So that can be a fleet, it can be a private person that owns it, it can be a company card, and different stakeholders are interacting with these vehicles in the future. And it's also not limited to vehicles. Everything that I said is also true for the charging infrastructure. And to solve this challenge, we look into decentralized technology, and our promise or our hope that we have with regards to decentralized identification is that we can increase asset visibility. So if we create these digital passports for vehicles or for charging infrastructure, they become visible to all stakeholders that want to interact with them. So that is transmission system operators, it's distribution system operators, it's suppliers, it's CPOs, so charging point infrastructure operator. All these stakeholders that want to interact with these assets need information. They need visibility of if they're connected or not, and they need trusted information about these assets. And this is the topic of verifiable credentials, where we can make attestations about certain technical information or contractual relations that we want to make transparent. And in order to increase process efficiency, we think that this is the right technology. And what we did until now is we created a decentralized registry for electric vehicles and electric vehicle charging infrastructure, developed an open source DID client that everyone can use, and where you can enroll your assets into a decentralized network, where it becomes available to all stakeholders. And we also realized then a first interaction. And this is what we tested, a pre-qualification process, where we said we give the authorization to participate in a certain energy market to that specific vehicle. And this vehicle is now able to show this pre-qualification claim to other parties that then can validate that information independently. And our roadmap just started. So we set up this registry with Energy Web Foundation as our strategic partner. We built that registry, we built the DID logic, and now we are in the process of physically onboarding assets. And our next step is to assess with Harry and Power and Mobility and the Blocksmove platform how we can leverage with fleets, and to see that we can scale the system up, make it work for a larger number of assets, and to see what kind of use cases we can build on top of it. And this is where I hand over to Harry. Harry, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kai. So yes, I speak here as the CTO of the company Power and Mobility, with the platform name Blocksmove, which is a decentralized platform for urban mobility. Next, please. So in the context of this presentation here, where we are talking about sector coupling, Power and Mobility is the main reference term here, where we are trying jointly with 50Hertz, Elia, and also the Energy Web Foundation to build jointly a decentralized network to interconnect, couple electric power and electric mobility for what the purpose is, the Green Deal, which would be to balance renewable energy grid and reduce carbon footprint. Next, please. This is all based on the Blocksmove mobility blockchain platform, which is the same software which we did a management buyout from the Daimler mobility blockchain platform. So this is software that we developed while we were still part of Daimler Mobility, which is a decentralized transaction as a protocol network for urban mobility, for decentralized fragmented mobility, in which operators can jointly bundle and deliver services in an ecosystem where each party only needs to be identified once, the credentials are only verified once, in order to achieve one-click service consumption for an integrated product, Berlin all you can move, Barcelona all you can move. So that is essentially what we implement based on decentralized technologies. And because all of this is based on the legitimization of company, of course, of customer, of course, but also of devices, of course, it lends itself very well to the joint activity with 50Hertz, where all of the transactions that are needed at the very atomic level to couple the two sectors in order to achieve grid balancing and possibly also proof of provenance will have to be based on verifiable proof that this car and this charging stations were connected during this period of time based on this car being qualified to provide this and this charging or discharging behavior. And all of that needs to be done in an interoperable, non-blockchain specific way, which means all of this is based on decentralized identifiers and verified credentials as the key element to exchange facts of business, which lie at the very core of the mechanisms that will be put to use here. Next, please. So this is essentially what such a platform needs to do. We are basically building a transaction platform, which means it transacts at the very atomic level. A customer agrees to an agreement, to a proposal by a company, which has been signed by the company and which is then accepted by the customer. And all of this is done based on each party being fully identified, each party being fully verified by trust providers. We heard it previously also from the colleague of Fraunhofer Fit. And then each signature, of course, as you agree to something, or by the way, as you send verified data, if it comes from the charging station or the vehicle, for instance, is in turn signed, and the signature is always tied to an identity. And therefore, all of the individual steps that are being executed here always relate to verified entities in what we call an identity triangle: company, customer, car, or charging station. And this is then the basis to do what the real purpose of this is, to do the actual contracting of whatever service is being delivered. In this case, it could be flexibility, it could be proof of provenance for green blocks of energy. And in order then to leverage what blockchain really does natively extremely well, to then also, in a completely hyper-automated manner, make sure all the values and the liabilities and the invoicing and the revenue distribution is done in a fully automated manner, without friction, without manual overhead. So this is the basic architecture which lies at the core of this. Next, please. So how does this now apply to the big picture? Well, the present challenge for the energy and mobility sector, it was already mentioned several times here during the day, is clear, I believe. And then Elia, in a paper, again, I keep on referring back to it, published last year, again, I can only recommend everybody to read it. It is a true manifest of how power and mobility are the two sectors that can really achieve carbon neutrality in the most effective way. There's a quote here that e-mobility is essential for making rapid progress towards decarbonization. And that leads directly then to the initiative that we are doing jointly. Is the number of electric vehicles is going to grow now pretty much exponentially for the next 10 years. We're already seeing the curve pick up very rapidly. So there will be quite a number, 10 million, 20 million, 30 million electric vehicles in Germany alone in the next 10 years. Now let's leverage those vehicles and let's figure out how you can combine them, connect them to the power grid. So on top of being consumers purely of, yes, we consume electric power in order to drive around, we can also be basically batteries to help offer the energy product flexibility to help balance when spikes happen due to renewable energy oversupply. Basically then the rolling battery fleet that you can provide with this kind of technology can basically assist in the buffering thereof. And by the way, as you do that, because you have now solved a lot of verification, credential, and identification issues, you will also, as a byproduct, be able to supply the proof of the difference between brown electricity and green electricity. Meaning to say, an electric vehicle drives around emission-free, yes, but you don't know how that electricity was produced. Was it produced with coal, or was it produced with oil or renewables? Once you set up the necessary mechanisms that we are designing here, it is a fairly straightforward next step to also be able then to basically offer the product. We guarantee you with that product package, we give you green electricity, which means you're driving around 100% carbon neutral, because the electricity that you're using now to drive around with zero emission has already been produced with zero emission. So that is kind of this closed circle, only becomes possible by coupling power and mobility. Next, please. Okay, so this is essentially how the idea is. You solve the challenge of balancing renewable energy output by coupling electric vehicles to the power grid. So essentially, the electric vehicles take the role of what used to be taken by lakes, where you pump water up in a lake in order to store energy when you got energy oversupply. And then when you need it again, you let the water run back through your dam to generate electricity. That capacity is overflowing now. We laid a huge cable to Norway, where Norway is now doing this on our behalf. But the capacities that will come and be available on the streets in the next few years are truly promising. And this could be truly the major deal maker for the Green Deal. Next, please. Okay, and just from to close my presentation here on a half technical note is, if somebody asks now, so what are the mechanisms that you are working on here to actually make this possible? The mechanisms are, you have a highly fragmented, decentralized nature of thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of charging stations, millions of cars, hundreds or tens of thousands of energy generating power plantlets like solar panels and windmills. And at the bottom of this is identification, verification, pre-qualification, to make sure that as you conduct the transactions where you prove I am delivering flexibility, and as you conduct the transactions, we delivered to you 100% certified green electricity, all of that ultimately comes down to what decentralized identifiers, credential verification, and smart contracting plus distributed ledger technology can give you. So that is the circle where the circle closes from this very big picture of basically achieving the European Green Deal down to, and why the hell are you guys then, what does that have to do with DID and verified credentials and blockchain? Well, this is how it all interconnects, because this is the only way you can do this in a trusted, fully automated, halfway cost-effective manner in order to basically do this in a new digital way as it should be done.
Thank you, Harry, for this amazing presentation. So I immediately want to ask you lots of questions, but I think also our audience will do so, and we'll collect all the questions at the end. And now I want to ask Sarah Manuel of the German Energy Agency to continue with her presentation.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm also very happy to be here and looking forward to our exchange later. Let me set this up. Okay, I hope now you can see the screen.
Yes.
It's a little bit lagging behind, but that's fine. So yeah, as you all know, I'm coming from the DENA, the German Energy Agency. And in the past, we have rather been known of sticking to the more theoretical side of the game, so to say, so by writing papers and publications, which we also did on the blockchain topic by writing our big DENA blockchain study for the integrated energy transition, which is, we could maybe call it the Bible for this topic, I think, until today. But we said to ourselves that it's time to actually take this a step further. And so after writing this blockchain study and approaching the subject from a more theoretical level, we are meanwhile managing our first blockchain pilot project, the blockchain machine identity ledger. And the idea behind the project, which actually started as one of the use cases of the blockchain study, the use case number 3, if you want to look it up, was to develop a new decentralized and digital identity for assets and energy devices, and basically connect this identity with the security and immutability of the blockchain. And to create this blockchain machine identity ledger, which in the future could allow the automatic registration and participation of devices in the energy market. Because as maybe some of you know, the status quo of registration today in Germany is the assets are being signed in the Marktstammdatenregister. So in English, it would be the core market data registry, which is basically still an Excel table, even though it has been put online quite recently. But you still have to sign in your assets manually. And so this registry is not automatically linked to the asset itself. And so what was our starting point was that we wanted to create digital enhancement and an add-on to this registry and make it ready for the digital energy system of the future. But also go beyond that and take the first step towards the actual infrastructure and the highway, to stay with the image that you can all see here, of this future energy system. And of course, we also wanted to test if blockchain technology is actually a preferable back-end infrastructure for such a ledger. And as you can see here, we are not doing this alone. we have assembled a strong alliance of over 20 partner companies, many of which are also active in this session today. Kai Schmid also amongst them. And yeah, as you can see, so from startups, from the blockchain ecosystem up to DAX listed companies, we really collected the smartest brains in the industry, and yeah, are working together on this topic. Here you can see them. And maybe let's go on to the definition of the project. So you can see it basically is composed by two parts. So on the one hand, we have this machine identity part. And so with our newly created decentralized identity, we are trying to connect to the ledger part. So the decentralized digital registry to enable an automatic registration of assets in the system. And yeah, some key features of the project. So we have chosen by design to rely on the highly secure and certified German smart meter gateway infrastructure, which basically guarantees us a secure chain of trust for the energy system from the hardware side. Because as we have seen in the critical infrastructure of the energy system, security is a major topic. And another major USP of the project are the principles of technology openness and interoperability. So with so many new developments happening in the blockchain ecosystem right now, and also with the German energy system being really hyper heterogeneous and decentralized, and with so many different roles and actors involved, we really didn't think it was the right fit to decide for one development framework only. And this is why we basically have three different methods of connecting the devices. We have two different blockchain development frameworks. One is Ethereum based, the other one is substrate based. And we also have two different DID, so decentralized identity environments. And speaking of DIDs, because they are one of the big factors of the project contributing to the innovation side, because as you have already heard, decentralized identities are kind of one of the hottest topics nowadays. And I will also get more into detail on that in a second. But here on the next slide, you can basically see a broad outline of the project. So from the bottom up, the devices, so on the bottom, are creating in a first step their decentralized identity, and then are registering via the smart meter gateway system on the ledger. But on the ledger, so on the blockchain, they are only leaving their identifier, so the mere number on it, with no further information. And this further information, so the features and attributes of the devices, so for example, where the device is located, who is the owner, what's the capacity, and so on. This information is then stored in so-called identity wallets, which in our case are located in 3 different locations, which I will also get more into detail later. But yeah, so in this way, we secure that our blockchain is not overloaded and that it's only serving its registry role, while the data remains in the hands of the asset owner. And the person, or in the future, the device itself can decide who can basically access it. And yeah, so after we have tested and proven the secure registration of these assets on our identity ledger, the next step would be to enable system services and specific use cases, such as proof of origin, flexibility markets, smart CO2 certificates, or energy communities, just to name a few options. So we already have them as part of a project today, but they serve rather a showcase role. And in the next step of the project, so which will probably take place next year, So in the further development, we will focus on this upper part, the use cases and system services, and actually connect them to the ledger. So I really thought that the presentation by Kai and Harry was super interesting, and we should definitely like have an exchange and talk about possibilities of cooperation for the future. And yeah, as it's a real specialty of our project, so this hardware-centered focus, I just wanted to briefly show you our two variants, two approaches of this hardware connection to the ledger. So we have on one, so both are using the smart meter gateway infrastructure, but the only difference is that in one case, the hardware part, so the piece connecting it to the blockchain, is located on the smart meter gateway. And in the other approach conducted by Oli Systems, I think Felix, one of the partners of the project, is also among the viewers, so maybe he will want to comment later. Yeah, this hardware device is on the assets or the renewable device itself. And yeah, here maybe get more into detail on this whole decentralized identity topic, because I think Johannes already made a great introduction, but yeah, I thought the more you hear it, the better it sticks. So really this, what actually is a decentralized identity and the basics. So a decentralized identity is always constituted of two parts. So on the one hand, you have the identifier, which is the mere number. And on the other hand, you have the verifiable credentials, which are all the attributes and features that are added to this identifier. And this constitutes a decentralized identity. So for example, if we take a person, the identifier is your the number you have on your passport, on your ID document. And your verifiable credentials would be, for example, your name, your education, biography, your hobbies, your interests, or physical features. And that would constitute your decentralized identity. And in the case of an energy device, yeah, you also have this identifier, the number, which in our case is hashed onto the blockchain. And you have, again, the verifiable credentials, the attributes, which would be, on the one hand, base data. So where is the device or the plant? Who is the owner? What's the power, the capacity, and on which grid level is it located? And in the future, of course, you can also add dynamic data. So generation and consumption of this asset. And that would be then the decentralized identity in the energy context. And here I try to emphasize some of the USPs of this technology for our project specifically. So I think really like the biggest advantage is that the storage location of the ID number, so the identifier, is not the same as the location of the verifiable credentials, so the features and the attributes. And so in our case, you can see the ID, the identifier, is based on the blockchain-based identity registry, the ledger, and the verifiable credentials are located in 3 different storage locations. We chose 3 just to test out different options because the project is really so an experimentative goal. So to see also which one works best for this specific use case. So yeah, in one example, this wallet is located on the device itself. In the second one, it's on the connector on the gateway. And in the third example, we put these features in the cloud. And yeah, so you can see that we can basically bring together the advantages of a blockchain, which are, we all know, decentrality, transparency, safety from manipulation, and combine them with the USPs of the decentralized identities, which enable us to strengthen data protection, so GDPR compliance, data sovereignty, verifiability, and yeah. And so these two strands come together in an automated system. And here I also wanted to just showcase you the three options that we chose for locating the verifiable credentials. So the cloud, the added value connector on the smart meter gateway device, and the second option directly on the renewable device. And to conclude, I just wanted to give you also an overview that this project, of course, it's not standing by itself, but it's part of a bigger roof structure, which is the Future Energy Lab that we have established as part of the blockchain strategy of the German government. And this is a gathering place. So on the one hand, it's a virtual gathering place where different actors from politics, science, corporate, startups, investors can come together and work on pilot projects and also establish new pilot projects together. And here you can see like the pink ones are the ones that are currently being worked on or almost finished, and the black bubbles are the projects that will start soon or are being under development, but many more are to follow. And we encourage all of you to become part of the Future Energy Lab. So we're also starting physical meeting place in Berlin soon, which will be like a co-working space and event space. And we will have a prototyping lab where startups can come and work on their projects. So yeah, feel welcome to be part of this revolution. And yeah, that's all from my side. And yeah, looking forward to the discussion later. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah, so much, especially this indication of the Future Energy Lab. It's a great promise when you bring many different stakeholders together and everyone can bring in their view. That promises to be very exciting. The next
maybe I just forgot to say, yeah, that the project, it started summer last year, and in autumn this year, we will have the results. So it will be the end of the first stage, but there is much more to follow next year. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Our next presentation is by Christian Sander from EnBW Baden-Württemberg. Welcome, Christian. We look forward to your presentation. And at the very end, if you want to write your questions in, we will attend to the questions and enter into the discussion.
Yeah, thanks for introducing. Happy to be here. So it's the hardest part, last presentation of the long day. And my topic is to go a bit more deep inside. So I wanted to tell you about how to use DIDs and verifiable credentials in energy sector and energy use cases. And I wanted to give you a short insight on how we think it's possible to use them and give an answer to the often asked question, what's the opportunity to use blockchain and what's the difference using blockchain in comparison to other known technologies. So starting with the use cases, and I think we heard a lot of use cases which are possible and where there are ideas where and why to use blockchain as a technology which is able to deal with a growing market and a growing decentralization. So standard use cases you find are, for example, proof of origin, proof of provenance use cases, near real-time tracing. Our actual known GO systems are targeting a view of a year of 12 months, and I think it's not the future to give a proof of origin with a time period of 12 months. And also proof of supply chains, targeting supply chain transparency. Others are more in the trading sector, maybe energy sharing scenarios to get a part of the produced energy of a production plant. We're remembering the use case of Vienna Energy, where we saw such a use case of peer-to-peer trading scenarios, which makes it possible that actors are able to share energies of their local assets, or also different kinds of community models. Then there are, with a financial dimension, use cases targeting billing scenarios, contracting scenarios, participation models, payment scenarios. Also, Harry, as you told, dealing with managing data of mobility fleets. It's a great sector where they have to find solutions to deal with the growing decentralization. And last but not least, as told, the large sector of electromobility, and also the view of decentralized storage, which could be one part of the puzzle, which helps to deal with a growing number of DERs. So what all of these use cases have in common is then they deal with higher sovereignty of actors in the systems, because the systems are getting more and more decentralized, and the actor is to be more sovereign and is able to decide on himself how to act in the energy systems. If that should be possible, the question comes out how does the truth get into the blockchain? It's the well-known Oracle problem. And it's fine if I have the truth in the blockchain. It's a system which can track and trace how the truth is given from one to another. But the first question is how it gets into the blockchain. And that's the part where we, in our energy token model, we described also in the white paper, described under the name of the authority model. And that's the example on which I try to explain what the benefit of using DIDs and verifiable credential in this use case is. So if you have a look on the two well-known actors, on the one side, Alice, which she's a consumer in the market, and on the other side, Bob, which he owns a photovoltaic solar power plant. And Bob is able to document via a smart contract that he promises Alice to give her 10% of his produced energy, or document that he transferred 10% or 50 kilowatt hours of energy to Alice. Well, looks nice. But the first question of Alice could be, well, I don't know if Bob really owns a PV power plant. So everyone could create an ID on a blockchain and tell me, well, I've a DER, take the energy of my plant. So how can I get truth about Bob's message? I own a power plant of the generation type PV. So our idea is we need an authority. We need a trustworthy role in the system, and role could be an organization, could be a market role, could be a trusted device, which is given trust by a trusted role in the system is not more than a longer chain of trust. But I need an instance which is trusted in the system and which is able to give trust on the idea or the identifier of an asset in the system. So the physical asset authority, we call it, is able to give a commitment. Yes, the asset really exists. Yes, it's connected to the net. Yes, it's in, for example, Baden-Württemberg. And yes, the max power generation is, for example, 2 megawatt peak. Same on the other side, because also Bob wants to know that Alice has a consumption plant because the energy price can be negative. So it's really exactly the same on the other side. Maybe Alice don't want to give as much information on the chain as Bob does, because she doesn't want to communicate the location of her plant or other privacy attributes. But important, it's important to know that the asset really exists and that it really consumes energy, because the energy price could be negative. Same question with metadata. So it's the same as if Bob tells I own a generation plant. Next part is he tells my plant has produced 50 kilowatt hours of energy. So also there I need okay by the authority, which says, yes, I tested, I measured the correct amount of energy, and also that has to be solved on both sides, on the production side and on the consumption side. Last but not least, if I want to have an realistic scenario of production and consumption plants, I have to go to shorter time periods. It's for example, in the German energy market, the balancing period is 15 minutes. So every 15 minutes, I have to check how many energy is produced on Bob's side and how many energy is consumed on Alice's side. And in nearly all cases, it would be so that the amount of energy won't be equal. So in this case, I need a balancing authority. So I need a service which guarantees to get the energy which was produced too much or which was consumed too less. So you see, there are many roles, and they could be decentralized. It mustn't be, it need be market roles. It also could be trusted devices or others, but I need roles in the systems which gives trust to the actors in the system. And that's the next step. Well, I want to show you how is it built on blockchain. So have a look on the same scenario. It's Bob and Alice. What's the first step? First, Bob on himself creates a decentralized identifier and gives his asset an identifier in the decentralized network. The asset owning this identifier is not trustworthy at this time, because no one gave trust to the asset, and no one said, yes, it exists really. So the next step is that Bob requests a claim. And there are a short explanation talking about verifiable credentials. Starting with claim. Claim is nothing else as a statement about a subject. And talking about credentials is talking about a set of more than one claim. So Bob asks for claims. one claim could be the asset exists. Another could be the asset has a production type, location of the asset. This is the third claim, and so on. Next step, and it's an off-chain step. The request for the claim, and the next step here, creating of the claim by the physical asset authority, is done off-chain. Physical asset authority in this example creates 4 claims. And in the next step, Bob can add these claims to the identifier of his asset on the blockchain. So I first had a step on-chain, then I had 2 steps off-chain, and then I have the next step on-chain. And now Bob's asset is more trustworthy than in the start, having only the identifier. Next step is Bob requests a claim about a metering authority, which gives trust in, yes, I am responsible to give trustworthy meter values to this asset. The metering authority creates the claim, and Bob is able to add the claim to the identity of his assets. That's the same also as on the side of the balancing authority. Bob is only able to take part in the system if there is a balancing authority getting too much or sending energy if there's too less. So also here he needs okay and gets a claim from the balancing authority. If he has bound all those requested and bound all those claims on the ID of his asset, then he is a trustworthy actor on the system. And that's exactly what Alice is asking for before she is going into a transaction with Bob. The same on the other side with Alice. And then I go through it a little bit faster. It creates an idea. She requests less claims, only a max power and existence claim, because she doesn't want to publish the location of her plant. It's a question of privacy. So you can also see it's possible also for the consumer to give an identifier on the chain. She adds a claim. Equally, she's asking for a metering claim. So there is a metering authority giving trustworthy meter values to her asset, and she's asking for a balancing authority who is balancing the energy amounts if there's no equality. And then also Alice is trustworthy, and then both are able to connect and start with energy transactions or transactions of proof of origins or similar. That's the preparation. If you have a look on how it could look on the blockchain, we realized we call it energy scanner, where we visualize the transaction, showing the consumption plans, showing the production plans. If you go on the production plans, you have the address of the identity contract, the energy production type, the peak power, the address of the authorities, which are responsible to give truth, the location claim, and here the listing of all the claims documented as smart contract transaction on the blockchain. If I want to know more, I could have a look on the existence claim, see the claim ID, see which authority, which in this case physical asset authority, created the claim. It's the address of the identity of the authority, and which the subject is. The claim was just generated for, and I'm possible to go one step further and have a look on the blockchain transaction. It's a transaction I'm able to visualize in the scanner of the blockchain I use. In this case, we are on Ring-B test chain network and visualize the transaction here. So next step, and it's the last step, and then we are through the deep dive. We start at the point that both actors are trustworthy. So you have all the claims they need to get trustworthy. And now in the start of the balancing period, the metering authority, which is responsible to send meter values, which is documented in the claim, measures energy. It measures energy at the production plants in the amount of 0.349 kilowatt hours. It's measured in the balancing period 1645 to 1700 in the 50-minute period. And this is the address of the balancing of the metering authority. It's the first step. Second step, certificates are minted. So on the address of the production plant, certificates in the amount of the measured production, power production are minted. You see it, that the sender address is 0, and the receiver address is the address of the production plant. And also important, the time of minting. So you know they are minted in this balancing period. You have the proof that in this balancing period, this amount of energy was measured. And you have the proof what kind of energy it is, because you have also for this timestamp all claims, the existence claim, the power generation type claim, the location claim, you know what type and what region of energy it is. Next step, you have a look on the consumption side. Also there, the same, maybe another metering authority measures the energy amount on the consumption side, 0.025 kilowatt hours. Also documents the balancing period and the address of the self-metering authority. And last but not least, the smart contract, the distribution contracts, is able to distribute the certificate tokens from the address of the generation plant to the address of the consumption plant in the documented balancing period. And that's all you need to document a proof of origin and proof of quality exactly in time of one balancing period regarding all possible attributes of energy produced and transported. That's it. Last view, how could it look like on the energy scan? Screenshots of our energy scan web app. Here a look on the production plant. Here you have all transactions documenting measurements from the metering authority in different balancing periods. Here the minting of the certificate tokens on the production plant. Here the measurement of the measured energy on the consumption plant, address of consumption plant, and last but not least, the transfer of the tokens from the address of the production plant to the consumption plant in the referred balancing period. So that was it. Last presentation, technical deep dive. I hope it wasn't too much. If it was interesting to you, feel free to have a look on our token model. There we describe our architecture idea. We also published the smart contract stack as open source license on GitHub. So feel free to use it, to have a look on it. We want to talk about it. We want to go in dialogue talking about it. And now I'm interested if there are any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christian. Really interesting. I always love your authority model and the global picture that you give, because it's I think it explains it really, really well, what we are all trying to do. So I also sometimes open the presentation to just recap what the message is that I actually want to bring. I would suggest that we go through the questions that we've collected during the presentations and start with the first one. Johannes, I have one question for you. What about the technical readiness of rolling out DIDs and SSI from your perspective, because your work on Indeed projects where it's about zero knowledge proofs, do we have to wait until we have CK proofs, or can we already use the technology? Is it already ready?
Yeah, difficult question. So I guess it depends on the angle. So if you want to show cool proof of concepts, start into pilots, also build the technological environment around this core, basically, I think it's ready. So we have core components like, for example, the Aries Cloud Agent in Python together with Hyperledger Indy, with a bunch of mobile wallets that are already out there in the App Store, where you can use zero knowledge proofs, for example, to do selective disclosure, which means, for example, you only reveal a few attributes from your ID card, a few attributes from a certificate that's about an energy asset, and so on. So this can already be used. It has reasonable performance. There are a few technological challenges just with any new technology, but basically it's usable. I mean, certainly there need to be more security audits because there's a lot of heavy cryptography involved that may be error prone. So academically it's well reviewed, but not the implementation. And there are also a few features that are not there yet. So for example, I cannot prove yet that a name on one credential and a name on another credential coincide without revealing the name. So this is something that the technology of zero knowledge proofs can do, and where we also have prototypical implementations. For example, I supervised a master thesis that did exactly this. But on the other hand, there is no smartphone wallet yet that is capable of doing this. So we know a lot how to implement it from a theoretical perspective, but we still need to get agreement on a larger scale what features we need to prioritize. And interoperability is always a topic because there are a lot of other DID and blockchain stacks that are not yet interoperable, for example, with this Aries Indy stack. And I guess currently it's still important to have or to explore a lot of different directions because in the end, we want to be blockchain agnostic, for example. But for doing proofs of concept and pilots today, I think we have the technology that we need.
Great, thanks a lot. Then we have a question, I think that's to Harry and maybe also to me. Harry, a question to you from the audience. It says, I love the idea and the concept, but if it says exclusively to one grid operator, it wouldn't reach its full potential. Any ideas to establish it as a kind of a standard across grid operators?
Yes, I think what we're all doing here and what we're hearing, I mean, we've been hearing a lot about blockchain. I don't know a single blockchain that's not open source. At least I've never touched one. And we're hearing a lot about also decentralized identifiers, which is a very open and democratized standard, actually from the World Wide Web Consortium. And Christian Sandner just mentioned himself. He's posted all of his smart contracts on Git with a very open license. So a long story short, what you're seeing here in the development will definitely be democratized. It's a very open community. And the goal is obviously to bear in mind how decentralized this whole ecosystem is. And part of the decentralization is obviously the number of players in it, especially considering that, again, I refer to words that I borrow from Elia and 50 Hertz, that the whole energy sector, there's a school of thought in there where they coined the word prosumer, where basically individual players, they act as both depending on the need. You could have a farm or a factory producing energy, consuming energy, or doing both. And again, all of this will obviously have to be highly decentralized. And the only way this can function, if you want it to function effectively, is for these standards to be open, democratized, and open source at the end of the day. I would not be worried about this being a single operator game. I cannot speak for 50 Hertz. Maybe Kai can answer that from their perspective, but it would be strange if this would not converge toward a shared infrastructure, shared common language of standards.
Indeed, and that's also what I can fully agree. So everything that we do is not only for us as a grid operator, but it's open to everyone to use, to test, to apply, and of course it only makes sense if we all benefit from it and all use it. Just one question back to Johannes, because I think it just received in the chat. Are your CK Proof smart contracts available as open source?
Yeah, I was already typing. So not yet. They intend to become so. So I think what's important about zero knowledge proofs is that they are currently at the edge of getting further adoption, I think. And on the one hand, you have cryptography experts that typically created these zero knowledge proofs in the last decades. And now we're getting quite broad domain-specific languages that allow this to be implemented also by practitioners who don't know that much about security, like me, for example. However, this, of course, needs further tests, is not security audited, and so on. So right now, these CKPs that we have, they don't live on a blockchain. So they are for bilateral interactions. But the tools that are developed in Ethereum space allow it to easily port it to a smart contract that can then verify. So we are currently still in a publication process. So we aim to open source the library after the summer break at latest.
There's a question also for Sarah. Courtney asks whether international companies can be part of the Future Energy Lab.
Can you repeat what kind of companies?
International companies could be part of the Future Energy Lab.
Sure, they can be. So as a first step, of course, we're focusing on the German energy system, but here international companies are, of course, also very welcome, but we're also looking forward to broadening our scope and targeting European solutions as well in the first step, because of course that's what only makes sense to look for coordinated solutions. And so yeah, they're very welcome to join.
And I think there was a second question. How do you see the implementation of OEMs in the long run?
It was referring to the Future Energy Lab, how the OEMs can participate, right?
So OEMs for
original
equipment manufacturers.
So car companies or yeah.
Yes, of course. Really, everybody's welcome. It's about really bringing in the different perspectives and work together.
Great, and then one last question to Christian. Christian, who would you see as a metering authority and physical asset authority? And what is the missing in the current market design to enable energy token model?
Well, classical answer, it depends. It depends on where or what the market is you want to design. A market could be energy tariff. A market could be national market or European market. It could be use case in electromobility or others else. So the first is if you are the market authority, because you're describing an on tariff, for example, you are able, as in the role of market authority, to define who is metering authority, who are the trusted authorities for metering and for giving physical asset claims and other. Regarding the, for example, German energy market, it's very compatible to the existing market roles. Though it could be possible that the market roles we know are able to act in the much more decentralized manner. So, for example, the DSO could act as a physical asset authority, because the DSO don't want to sell energy, but is able to give trust in the system because he's responsible for stable net. It also could be trusted devices. So to build a bridge to the Dena BEMIL project, if there are trusted devices, if I think about the future, I have trusted devices, I have solutions on the certificate systems, how they get trusted. Also, each device could be a trusted authority, which creates a claim of existence or production type. There could be many solutions or answers to these questions. And what do we need to realize such a token model? I think the task is to find an idea where to start realizing it. It has not to be the big deal, changing the whole European energy market in one step. But I think it's important to find the first little step using this technologies, this mechanic to go the first steps using decentralized identifiers and credentials in the energy market. Hope it was an adequate answer.
Great. Amila, are there any other questions, or should we dive into the panel?
Yes, let's do that.
Cool. Maybe to kick this off, I really like the example of this COVID vaccination pass from Johannes, because I know that it has also been discussed in Germany to make this a blockchain-based vaccination pass. But what is actually the difference between such a pass to the idea of an electric vehicle or a heat pump or battery? Is that the same? Is there a difference? And what different specs do we have to have for assets? Anyone?
To start with it, in the one case, we are talking about human beings. And in the other case, we are talking about technical assets. And that's a really big difference regarding privacy topics. So could be also one topic which makes it easier to start with technical assets and not with identities of human beings.
I'll answer from a technical perspective, which is a less socially driven answer, but purely, if you look at the mechanisms purely from the technical perspective are identical. Essentially, a DID is a URI. Think of it as a URL. So essentially, it's you give whoever, whatever, you give them a URL, meaning you can reach it on a net. You can resolve it if the appropriate infrastructure is there. In addition to it, it has basically what HTTPS gives you. So it basically has built-in security and encryption. And from the software perspective, whether you're doing in the identity triangle company, customer, or car, from a sheer software perspective, it's the same language. So that's on the technical level, it's beautifully simple. But of course, like Christian says, then on the social level, on the legal level, that's where it starts diverging.
Harry, you call that the angle, right, between the customer, the car. But the customer, I find one of the most attractive things is this selective disclosure, which Johannes also mentioned, yes, is to actually maybe empower the customer by telling them, you have the opportunity to decide by yourself what you want to share and what not. I find that is one of the unique selling points of this selective disclosure, this choice that the customer has to see at what point do I share what information over my wallet or wherever.
And that is built, this is why you will hear the same term. I mean, from a technical perspective, the correct word is DID, but you will hear a lot SSI being used as an almost synonym. And here SSI stands for self-sovereign. And that's exactly what you're mentioning, it's the self-sovereignty part. And by the way, this comes from an advantage, which again has very beautiful technical implications. As opposed to the accounts that you have with Google or with Facebook or with Amazon, where the data lies at the server, in the credential part, and this is definitely not enough emphasized, your credentials lie with you. That's actually, and that is where the whole interoperability ultimately comes from, because your credentials and your identity and all of that doesn't lie in whoever I used it with, which is the traditional account model, but it lies in my wallet and it is under my control. And because of that, I can be self-sovereign about, I might want to expose those credentials, but not these credentials, to depending on who is asking. And it also basically makes it very easy to issue these basically once only, because you don't have this divergence of different accounts being used for the same person. And then you run into the, every corporation knows the so-called master data problem, that people have 4, 5, 6 accounts in their whole bigger ecosystem, and the company doesn't even know it's one person. But if you use these identifiers that lie in your own hand, they become like your ID card. You obviously have only one ID card, and you, wherever you sign a contract, you show that ID card, they verify it, but it stays in your hand. And this self-sovereignty, and this is where this decentralization hands power back to the peers and makes them self-sovereign. So it's an inherent result of decentralized technologies. So there's a lot of advantages and a lot of freedom and a lot of basically setting things and people free by using these decentralized technologies, and self-sovereign identity is definitely one.
So maybe I could just add, yeah, very great points by Harry, but to add to the previous question of the difference between the identity of a person and asset, a machine, I can speak from experience that actually like this machine identity is posing maybe even a bigger challenge for us when it comes to this, the question of trust, of the root of trust, the chain of trust, how is the trust established in the system. And especially when, of course, we are coming with our utopic ideas of this energy system of the future, where really the devices would be able to fully automatically decide for themselves and switch between different energy markets and so be really fully automated and self-sovereign. But on the other hand, we have just energy regulators, big institutions, with one of whom we recently had talks and presented the projects to them. And we basically heard that they are, the trust is missing. So they are afraid of a big army of devices, machines, putting data into their systems, and maybe this data could be flawed somehow. And that they basically prefer that it's a person one by one signing this data in manually, because you have like this legal responsibility that is ensured. And I think that is a big topic that we will continue to work on, how to actually ensure this legal responsibility of an asset. And I think Christian's model, of course, is great as a transformation model to work with the existing regulators and take a first step on this path.
That's actually a great topic or challenge, and I think we also had it in the first session this morning when Sebastian from Riddle & Code presented its use case. The question that I'm also asking myself is, if we want to enable such a system, do we have to equip every asset with a crypto chip, with a wallet? And how do we actually get OEMs, manufacturers, to put that in place?
You would probably draw the line where you have smart devices, connected devices. So a charging station, I would assume, is a natural candidate. a car is obviously a natural candidate. And and also if you look at how this is implemented, this is not, if you do it right, this is not very expensive in terms of hardware resources. So the one thing, the most expensive part of this is your secure enclave. So actually in the overall cost thinking is you just need a secure enclave. So an encryption module, essentially as a SIM card has it, as your iPhone has it. So that needs to be there, otherwise the thing definitely breaks. But the little bit of client software that you need to put in there is really peanuts. It's not big money, especially if a device like a charging station, it's several thousands euros, cars, tens of thousands of euro. But the advantages you get, basically the criterion should always be, do I need data that I have to rely on from that device? And the charging stations, I believe, would qualify for that. Maybe traffic signals would qualify for that. And then the value calculation would be, how much effort would I have if I had to manually check that this data is correct, that this data has not been tampered with, versus just having a simple chip in the device. And for larger devices, it will obviously go from large to small. But for larger devices, I would not be surprised if we see very rapid pickup and very rapid growth. And let's not forget, this is essentially the scenarios that are behind everything that is being told to us when we hear the words 5G and IoT. Then essentially you're talking Industry 4.0. So if you put all of that in your head and think about what does this even mean, then a lot of it will be communicating devices. And I see no other way to have communicating devices avoid exactly the problem that Sarah has mentioned, unless you have this very high level degree of cryptography, plus an associated trust ceremony, where you make sure that the initial seeding of the device with the wallet, that needs to be done with physical human ceremony, so you can link it back to the real legal and regulated world. But I see no other way to achieve Industry 4.0 or 5G scenarios if you don't have devices that you can trust in real time without having to send somebody to the meter and verify the whole stuff.
And then maybe Kai, just to point out that there, of course, are two ways of approaching this. So on the one hand, you could do equipment with a crypto chip by design in the asset, which, for example, with the BMIL we have with Yuki, who have their connector as part of the TEBEN smart meter gateway device already built in. And we have in the second option, conducted by PPC and Oli system, and an option to actually retrofit the devices. So it can be whichever OEM, and you come with the Oli box and with the crypto chip and attach it to this device, and it gets blockchain ready.
And in terms of market penetration, market integration, obviously because the development cycles of these complex devices are usually in the years. So what we can see from the vehicle side, if you think it through, retrofit will come before native, and probably it will end up then converging towards pure native, but that's years, and obviously the demand is sooner. So I would expect retrofit to appear much earlier, especially then if you have what in the vehicle industry are the fleets, where you have multiple brands in your fleets. I don't know exactly the setup in the energy sector, but if you have there also, you want one reliable set of protocols, but you've got several manufacturers, then you're probably better served with a retrofit, where the standard is given by the wallet rather than the machine that the OEM has provided.
You see, I mean, that's actually the standardization seems to be very complex and very challenging, because if we have different OEMs, different technologies, different blockchain, what does it need? Does it need, what does it need to get to a standard that we achieve this interoperability?
Well, if nobody says something, I have my own view on standards. I keep on getting back to how the internet ended up being standardized. So you can plan standards in the big rooms with mahogany tables and very well paid, very wise people negotiating and discussing how the future should like. Or you could just get things done, pragmatically connect one PC or one computer, one workstation to the other. Does it work? Yes, it works. Okay, good. And then you call the next guy, you use a different type of peer-to-peer protocol, you connect to them. Does it work? Yes. Then you connect to three. Do we talk to each other? Good, it works. Nice. And then you wait for the next scaling, and you slowly but surely evolve your protocols on pragmatic, let's agree towards best practice. And then you bring that into your standardization committee and just say, guys, the normative power of the facts is simply stronger than any, mahogany table talk. Let's just take this, it works, it's proven, and there's your standard. So that's my personal take on standards. It tends to be faster, more flexible, and get things done.
Harry, what you're saying now is really interesting, because you're actually talking about what we call to a reallabor, testing it in real life. And it is exactly, for example, the job of the cluster to be a platform to enable consortia to set up areas to test exactly what works, and then to go with what works. And you can only start to do it in a small area, and then build on it, as you said, and then bring these suggestions directly to the regulatory scenarios and framework. But you have to start with the testing, the simulation, and in that.
Yeah. It starts with Fakten schaffen.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So standards was also a big topic for us in the project, how to bring together these different actors which have competing products. And we really wanted to highlight this topic of interoperability. So we agreed that instead, and I think this could also be a solution for the system as a whole, instead of getting one very detailed standard through that everybody have to stick with, we could start with a broader framework within which these different development strands would fit, and be able to create some kind of minimal interoperability, which could then grow and become more intense. But for example, in our case, we have the W3C standard as a topic that everybody can agree on.
And I think this standard has taken, or has been accelerated in its usage. And I think we have different steps of standardization. For example, if we want to roll out secure enclaves, we need to agree pretty fast on the kind of keys that we need to store in these enclaves. But we don't yet need to agree on how we verify signatures, for example, because we can do that outside the enclave. So we just need to define how to sign inside it. And then in the next step, we already have a software-based approach. So how do we issue credentials, and how do we verify them? And typically all of them are based on digital signatures. So if we can agree on 2 or 3 types of digital signatures, we can already roll out the hardware and retrofit the software that's used for verification afterward. And so in the end, I think there are quite a few protocols for exchanging credentials, for example. So how do I show you what attributes I have? So there is DITCOM, there is things that are closer to OpenID Connect, for example, which is already quite established in federated identity management. And I think it's not necessary to have one uniform standard for this already, because we can change this by updating software, or maybe we even need 2 or 3 streams that are just compatible but not yet interoperable.
Something I would like to ask Sarah, it was also actually a question from the audience. How do you think of, I don't know if you're involved, but Gaia X is also looking at a European cloud platform into SSI. Is there like an idea of connecting the BMIL or any other initiatives towards Gaia X, or can Gaia X be this trigger of implementing decentralized identification?
Yeah, so Gaia X, of course, is on our radar. We're watching very closely what's happening there. We have with Spherity, for example, a partner that is very active in this context, and they are also providing the cloud edge approach in our project. So we also, again, in this system of interoperability, we didn't want to make it only blockchain centric, but showcase that it's possible to bring together this different, even makes sense to bring this different technologies, so blockchain and clouds with their typical USPs. So yeah, we're definitely looking into that. We will also be working on a different project within the Gaia X ecosystem, and yes, so I can definitely see a future collaboration there.
So from my perspective, the data sharing that's a part of the goals of Gaia X is even one essential component to make blockchains run. So I tried to emphasize this already in my presentation. So we can't end up storing all the data that we need to exchange in the energy system, but also in other applications, supply chains, and so on a blockchain. So that's not really reasonable because it's not meant for all the parties, and it's also not reasonable from a performance perspective because the data needs to be redundantly stored. So I think we need some basic infrastructure for bilateral data sharing across organizations, which in turn needs cross-organizational identity management because I need to know who I need to share data with. And once I have this infrastructure and I do have bilateral data sharing, then I can start thinking about documenting things that really need stronger verification guarantees, immutability guarantees, transparency needs for auditing and so on blockchains in form of hashes, maybe encrypted, maybe zero knowledge proofs, but I will need a base layer for data sharing. And I mean, we could still use the PKI that we have in today's web and just extend it a bit to organizations because organizations do not yet have all these needs for features like human people or IoT devices. For example, selective disclosure is probably not that interesting for a company identity, but nevertheless, to make things interoperable, maybe it's a good idea to start with the very same standards that we develop for the higher needs and use them also for this case.
Understood. Where do you see so when we look into the first use cases of the technology, do you think it will be first B2B or B2C?
That's a difficult question. So, I mean, there are already implementations that offer all the things that you need for B2B. So for example, there is Bosch Business Partner Agent that's used for company master data management. You don't need that much. You can even store the information partially on a blockchain, like the telephone number of the HR department and things like this. And you can share credentials that you are in one consortium, for example, that agrees on data sharing and so on. So I think that's much easier from a technical perspective than the B2C and maybe even government to consumer. I think this is also a major part of the equation because once we have a few foundational identity documents like a passport or a driver's license in our wallet, we can make really a lot of cool things. We can apply for a bank account purely digitally, for example, using the bank account and my ID card, we can do e-commerce without needing to register anymore. And we can have a one-click checkout, for example. But this takes time and also requires, again, higher security guarantees. So for example, government ID card, the BSI has quite high requirements on the level of assurance. It won't work without a secure hardware module, probably. So I think that takes more time. Maybe B2B could be faster already. Also because B2B is quite used to PKIs already.
When we look into maybe outside of Germany, in other countries, I read sometimes Singapore, Indonesia, that they're working with blockchain-based identification methods. Where are we in our country when it comes to that technology, and are others maybe already further?
I work a lot with ventures, and there's a strange phenomenon, but which goes through many sectors of technology. I would say on the technology side, Germany has probably one of the world's very, very best ecosystems when it comes to what I call industrial blockchain, as opposed to the crypto DeFi kind of blockchain world. I believe we are actually far ahead of almost any other country in the world. And that is why this is maybe not something to be so happy about, because we need to basically face the fact that the execution and the deployment into business tends to be outside of Germany. So a lot of very, very good concepts, a lot of very good development, majorly smart people, companies are essentially originating out of Germany. But then when you look at these companies, where do they make their money? Where do they have their growth curve? You will find more often than not, the really growth explosion and the growth curve will be in countries that are easier than Germany. So that would be from purely subjective. What I see around myself in my direct experience, that's pretty much the impression that I get.
Do the others share this view? Then you're on mute.
I think that.
You have your mic.
I think that's. Sorry.
That's better. Thank you. Remembering Richard Lohr, today morning, thinking about going to other countries because of regulation in Germany. In the first mention, it sounds negative, but it's also positive because with view on the energy sector, we have a highly developed system which is secure and stable. And because it is secure and stable, there are many rules for the systems. And there are other countries on the world where there are not so many rules, and also the system is not so far developed as in our country. But this situation is exactly also the situation when the task is to deal with all those rules and find a way to develop, to go further, and that going further while not lowering the stability and security of the system. And I think that's the task we have to solve, and it's not really easy. But I think also that's the reason why other countries are farther than in adopting new technologies, because there are not so many rules in the existing system.
Yeah, so I would also like to add to that. I mean, of course, it's more difficult to change a running, established, and really complex system like the German energy
and functioning
system and
important.
Functioning, yeah, perfectly functioning, just not digital yet system. If you compare it with countries where there's no infrastructure and you can directly have this leapfrogging effect to the newest technology, right? And can basically work on a green field and have all the opportunities. But I think, so of course it will take a little longer here in Germany, most probably, but we can also benefit from the outcomes and the lessons learned in those other countries and see how we can adapt them in our context. So really, profit from the learnings. And I can also just really say that it's already a success that we are seeing now this big boom of pilot project in the decentralized identity sphere, right? I think like in the last year, 2 years, it was really an explosion. We have our project, we have as Johannes said, indeed, ID, Ideal, ID Union as an initiative, Gaia X. So there's really a lot happening, and that only shows that there's a big political will in general to move towards this new technologies, even if some other institutions and actors are a little more conservative, but I think we're on the right track.
I want to underline that as well, Sarah, because we're accompanying a project of the Berlin public administration, where they're trying to put the blockchain into report cards with the rollout 2022 on all Berlin schools. So this is what Johannes referred to as this interaction of the citizen with the government. And I think they're trying to push that off. And once it's pushed off, you start with report cards, you start with driver's licenses, and slowly the public administration and the government is moving into that direction. So maybe the movement is coming from both sides, and we'll meet somewhere in the middle so that you can benefit from each other, which is at least a start, you know, because then you don't start on a green field, but you actually learn, and while you're learning, you might avoid making some mistakes as well, which might be advisable.
Yeah, let's hope so, that bottom up and top down meet in the middle. That would be perfect.
Kai, there was one more question I see here from George. I think it's directed at Harry, if I may just take one more audience question. What Harry was talking about is exactly what happened in the internet with the OSI model, mahogany table versus TCP/IP in the real world. Is there something that you want to add to that?
No, I think George is just more or less confirming the analogy I was making.
Yes, okay, good. I think I just hope we have covered all the questions that came from the audience.
I think as well. And also when I look into the topics that I noted down, I think we covered all the key elements that I wanted to tackle, from implementation, what are the first use cases, how do we deal with data protection. And I think that we can maybe come also to a conclusion and make a final round of statements. If you think of, I asked you the same question in the last panel, where are we in 5 years? Where will we interact with DIDs and SSI? Maybe also with link to the energy and automotive sector. So I don't know who wants to start, but I would give this as a final round for you.
So maybe I can start. Yeah, I hope that in 5 years we will have some kind of really industrial rollout of the model, of course, enhanced and further developed model of the blockchain machine identity ledger that we are building now. Of course, it's it's like a first tiny step that we are taking now on this path, but yeah, I think we are learning with each step and coming closer to this goal. And I just have to say that it's also a lot of fun working together with our project partners and really having this experimentative field to be able to try out different approaches. And yeah, I hope and trust that we will be successful with it, and also look forward to cooperating with further actors. So with Christian more in the future, and also Kai and Harry bringing in this EV charging topic in the future. So thanks a lot for the discussion.
Thank you, Sarah.
Well, to go on, and I think in 5 years we have the first solutions using DIDs, verifiable credentials, decentralized technologies, or call it multi-party systems. We find more multi-party ecosystems and more multi-party IT solutions dealing with these ecosystems. And I think it will be a thrilling time, and I hope the first solutions and every solution which comes around doesn't make the system less stable and secure, but more stable and secure, because I think also that is possible.
Thank you, Christian.
Well, I would look at it from the international level. So if I take the scope not only Germany, but internationally, I believe this 5 years, I guess I'm more optimistic than everybody here. 5 years, think back 5 years ago. In 5 years, nobody's even going to mention the word DID and verified credentials. Who talks about TCP/IP now? But there will be something like a commerce net, a shared infrastructure of value exchange, which will be based on all of this. It will be in production in quite a number of places, and it will have become a base technology that is solid and just part of doing business. That would be my half expectation, half hope.
I would also agree to be optimistic. So I guess in 2 years' time or so, we will have all the DID and verifiable credential stack enterprise ready in some places. And I think identity management is also one of the places where blockchain can really get broad adoption, because a lot of challenges that blockchain has are not there in digital identity and the role blockchain has for this. And I think once we are there, and also enterprises and governments get more familiar also with using blockchain technology in production, and once we have essentially the requirement of interacting with a blockchain, which is public keys and digital identities, I think we can see the first also productive implementations of blockchain technology, because so far, I think we have mainly seen proofs of concept, but there is not few productive solutions based on DLT, in my opinion, that are delivering a lot of value in the world today. So I think there is still some way to go, and I think digital identities might be able to cover this bridge.
Thank you so much, Johannes. Thanks all of you. I think that was really valuable discussion, and we learned a lot. I think maybe there will be some connections out of this panel, and I think that yeah, there are great initiatives ongoing. So I'm really looking forward towards where this will end and how we will continue with this topic. Thanks a lot, everyone, for participating in this panel. I will hand over now to Stefania, who will close the event.
Thank you also from my side.
Thank you all.
Thank you all, guys.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. As a closing remark, the focus of this session was on green tracking and peer-to-peer energy trading. And the speakers and the panelists we engaged with brought up different obstacles for the implementation of blockchain in the energy sector, particularly in Germany, such as the delayed smart meter rollout and too strict regulations, definitely, especially data protection regulation. I think nevertheless, even with all the possible challenges, we can agree that actually blockchain technology succeeded and overcame the hype, and we can see there is indeed also like a business need and efficiency gains in this use. So I guess, I mean, with this very interesting event, we explored a few use cases, but I'm sure we won't see only the use cases we tackled today, but also more integration of blockchain in the energy sector, as for example, just to mention one case, the tracking of green hydrogen in the near future and already on the way. So I guess we all agree that we wish this technology, blockchain technology, and the energy industry to advance actually in this path and to develop more use cases to be implemented. So I'd like to thank all the speakers. Sasha, would you like to add like a last remark?
Yeah, thank you, Stefania. First of all, also thanks all the speakers, and thanks to the audience, and also to all the moderators for making this event such a big success. I'm really glad that the networking worked so well, although we did not have a breakout room. So I'm very happy about that. Just some quick information on the follow-up. If you're interested in this topic, and you obviously are, you should definitely check out the homepage of BerChain and our homepage of Berlin Partner. Here you can find the whole video of the event. You can also find follow-up information there regarding the next blockchain in energy events. Also, I want to mention that we have a big blockchain campaign this year with different stories about blockchain, and of course, energy is a big part of that. You can also find the campaign site on our website. And if you want to keep up updated and be informed, you should definitely check this out. Also, I can recommend the event calendar of BerChain. If you're interested in such events, you will find a lot of interesting events there. And yeah, thank you all for listening. Thanks to all the speakers and my colleagues. It was so much fun working with you, and I wish you a great time. Thank you.
Thank you all. And
Thank you all.
those who didn't have the chance to attend the full event, you can visit the BerChain YouTube channel as pasted in the chat. We'll release the recording of the event in the next days. Thank you all. Also to Berlin Partner, Elia, and also BTC Eco as a media partner, and all the moderators and the speakers that actually made this possible.
Thank you too, Stefania.
Thank you, Stefania. Thank you, BerChain. Bye.
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 Bye-bye.